Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru. This may be a slappy edition here this week. I'm your host, the great Brian Last. There's so much to talk about, but instead we'll talk about some wrestling. And we got a lot of wrestling to talk about, questions and reviews, and here he is, the star of the show, Mr. Jim Cornette.
There's so much to talk. There's so much we have talked about already in part 3 of this show. Ladies and gentlemen, since Brian Last is already just completely lost it here this morning, what's happening is that we have already recorded certain parts of this program talking about the multiple car pileup on pay-per-view this past weekend, the effort from AEW, and now we are starting the opening of the program on a completely different day after we've already done that. That's been out on YouTube, but it's coming up later in the program. So hello, I must be going. But Brian, this is your program. Now that I've explained to the people that we put the ass before the cart, as they say, and we've done the last part first, or the middle part first part second, and the last part, I guess, will still be last, because that's your part. And you're usually last.
That's indeed right, and I don't know what you just said, because I wasn't paying attention, but this is what we're going to do here this week.
Let me ask you a question before we do anything else in the program, because I just noticed this morning.
I thought this is my show.
Well, I'm asking you a question because it's your show. So I'm asking you to spread the benefit of your knowledge to people, including myself, around the globe. This big blue marble flying through space that we call home. Give us some knowledge here. Answer a question for me, because I'm confusicated. I'm completely bumfuzzled and almost disemboweled over this thing.
Almost.
Can a church go out of business?
That is I never really thought of it just in those blanket terms. I guess technically, if a church has no money in the coffers and no hope of getting any future money in, and if they don't own their land, I mean, I could see various ways a church could be fucked out of their home. I don't know. I guess they can go out of business. I mean, a church could go on the road, right? Aren't there traveling like families?
Well, no, they don't.
I'm a pastor, and here's my kid, and we're hit the road.
That's two completely different things. These people usually don't have an actual structural brick and mortar establishment, as they say. They just load up the panel van and go cruising down the road, revivaling people across country. I'm talking about a church, because here's the thing. This is why I'm going to explain to you why I asked this question.
Please.
Because down the road a piece for me, there's an old holler tree where you... No, it's not Mountain Dew, but down the road a piece from me, there used to be years ago, decades ago, there was this cute little church on this little windy road that's just like a mile down from me. It's very rural and windy and narrow. And you go around the curve, and there was this little church sitting back in the woods. And even though I don't approve of their line of work, I appreciate the serenity and the beauty of an old little building of any description or use. But then years ago, they tore that down and they built one of these new little churches. It's just, as Mama Cornette would say, it's just big enough to piss you off. Did Mama Last ever say that?
No, I never heard that expression from her, no.
No, it just big enough to, when you get some small amount of something that you would have liked to have had more of, that you like or that you enjoy or whatever, like a small serving of good food in a restaurant, Mama Cornette would say, well, that's just enough to piss you off. Because then you're mad you didn't have more of it, right? But anyway, so they built this just new modern looking thing, and they cut some of the trees down, and they got them a big old parking lot. So it's not really it wasn't an eyesore, but it's not like picturesque either anymore. But now that's become the place that we go to. We go to, it's our polling place when we vote in the state or the national elections. I liked it better when it was the fire department, because, going into a church, I believe I mentioned this, we went and voted last time. Going into a church makes me nervous because I feel like it's written on my face instantly to them when I walk in that I am the enemy. I'm against everything you stand for, right? I feel like they can tell. I liked it better when we voted down at the fire department, because then I could go in and just have a smile on my face because I wasn't uncomfortable because I'm not an arsonist. But anyway, I drive past that church today, this morning, went over to the printers. I'm coming back. And as I'm going around the corner, the old sign now, the sign which was built into the ground with bricks and things is still there, but they've like fucking thrown a sheet over it with the new sign of the new church. Whereas I can't even remember what the old name of it was, the Furburger Baptist Church, right? And now it's suddenly completely different. They've taken Baptist out. It's like the Lifeline Church Chapel thing or whatever the fuck. Like not even a denomination. What is this, like a franchise? Can they lose their like if Kentucky Fried Chicken can pull somebody's franchise if they don't follow the rules, if they didn't, but it's different denominations too. So they didn't put like another KFC in there. It's like they've gone from KFC suddenly to Arby's. Or maybe White Castle to fucking Long John Silver's. Because it's a completely different fucking genre of product that they're selling now. So how would that happen? Do they have the franchisee requirements where they can't have like another Baptist location within 4 miles or whatever? I'm just wondering how this all works.
I mean, it's kind of silly, but actually, I mean, I don't think it's just called franchising the churches or anything, but I guess based on what denomination
is
you
it
are.
Like network television? Did they lose their network affiliation? They weren't paying the rights fees. They wanted to go for the better deal at the other network.
I'm pretty sure that that whatever church is the top church in that denomination, whoever's the pope of that church, can make a ruling that this church can no longer be affiliated. But I don't know that for sure. I'm not a theologian.
But what do you think the kickback is to headquarters? Like if I'm, Dave Thomas and I'm running Wendy's and all the little Wendy's out there in the heartlands are selling my burgers, I get a kickback, right? So I wonder what the kickback is on the donations to the the home office in Lincoln, Nebraska of the Baptist or the evangelicals or the Methodists or whatever all these other different type of genres are. Do they have to kick back a certain amount, or are they licensing the name of baptism, or how does that work?
Yeah, I don't think it works like that at all. Yeah, I don't think it works. I don't think it works like that at all.
Well, they changed the name of this church. I hope it's not one of these cults that you see documentaries about on HBO and all of the streaming services, because I'm afraid they'll inoculate me with some kind of, when I walk through the door to vote for President Joe Biden in the next election, they're going to jab me with some kind of religious needle that will indoctrinate me into a cult. The International Life Foundation Chapel or whatever this fucking thing is.
I think you'll be all right.
Well, just watch. If I start talking screwy around about the time of with the Kentucky elections coming up quick, so if I start talking crazy.
If you start talking crazy.
If I start talking crazy, you'll know they got me.
Do they got you right now?
No, I haven't been in there. I just drove past it.
Oh.
Are you not paying attention again?
No, I was paying attention to the crazy talk.
They couldn't have. What crazy talk? I'm just asking you. I thought you were an educated person and might know all these the answers to these various questions I was asking you, but you give me nothing.
Nothing.
You nothing. I know no more now than I did when I started talking to you.
Hey, you're an educated man. Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
I know churches or any religious institution, a temple, I believe, or, a mosque, whatever it is, they don't pay taxes. Do the actual, does a priest pay taxes?
That's a good question too. And because.
Or any, religious, anyone who works at the said chapel, anyone who works at the said church or temple, whatever it may be, I mean, not like the people in the office answering the phone, but anyone who's actually wearing a fancy outfit, Do they pay taxes?
Anybody in uniform.
Anyone in uniform.
Anybody in uniform. Well, now that could be, if they do, they're suckers, because since we're already, giving them a free pass on their business, can you imagine? We wouldn't have a national debt if the churches were taxed on their profits and their income and etc. But couldn't priest Joe Schmo go to the IRS and say, well, wait a minute, you don't tax all the money that comes into my business, and you don't tax my boss, God. I see no tax returns for God. So why am I paying tax on the money that technically God is paying me? There's a loophole right there. We may have just crashed the fucking United States economy quicker than the Republicans can, because we found a loophole for all these shysters and con artists to escape paying income tax too on their personal income.
Yeah, we found this loophole. It's called Scientology.
Well, no, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Could they make it where maybe, I think they did this in the old days, the preacher wouldn't actually get paid. He could live in a room in the back of the church, and all the parishioners would bring him produce from their gardens and milk from their cows and eggs from their chickens and probably fucking things from their daughters or sons. And the preacher would actually get no money. He'd just exist there to preach to the flock. So maybe we ought to start saying, no, you can't pay these motherfuckers in actual cash that they can go out spending at the mall while they're trolling for underage children. You gotta give them everything. You gotta give them their food. You gotta give them their clothes. They wear uniforms. That should be easy. Just get the size, and it never changes. And you got to give them everything they need to survive. Their place to live and sleep and hang their weary heads in prayer or slumber or drunkenness or whatever that case. And no money changes hands. What do you think?
It's interesting. I mean, it's really old school, communal living. You do something for the community. You're the local priest. You walk around and talk to people, I guess, and they give you all their food and stuff. That's one of the benefits of being a rabbi, they say. You just go to people's house, they feed you all the time.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. There are already these poor people that have fallen for this scam are already bringing in their money that they can't afford to give away on the theory that they'll go to heaven or whatever the blissful paradise that is mentioned in their particular backstory. They think, so why not just here's all my food, preacher, take my food. Here, take some clothes.
See, but again,
not everything else.
Not everything is equal. There are plenty of, and again, I don't know the exact terms, but priests or bishops or whatever, deacons. I don't know. There are plenty of these people who do good things and are part of their community and actually help out and stuff. And then you see like the Joel Osteens. This guy bought the Summit in Houston. I remember when they had all the flood. I remember when all the flooding happened in Houston. It became a big deal about his house. And he had like the biggest house you've ever seen in Houston. This guy's making all this money, merchandises his stuff. That's the thing. Not all these churches treated their business like Vince McMahon treated the WWE.
Well, now, okay, then actually you're right. You made a good point about the Life Foundation of Christian Scientists church down here. It's just a little place. As Mama Cornette would say, you couldn't whip a cat in it without getting fur in your mouth. Just a small building. But just a mile away, they've got this Southeast Christian church here, and it's bigger than the Louisville Gardens, from what I've been told. They do television broadcasts from the chapel or church or whatever the technical term for the actual place where the speechifying and preachifying takes place.
I think chapel was wrong for the record.
Okay, well, the giant cavernous fucking space where the preacher stands there and pounds on the Bible and all the people are watching. It's 6,000 seats. It's a goddamn arena. And the parking lot, you could literally have built 1,000 units for the homeless in the parking lot of this fucking church, to the point where they have cops. It's right off the interstate, and they have cops directing traffic on Sundays where they ignore the lights because of the people flowing in and out of this thing. And I'm thinking, you don't have anything better to do. You couldn't actually go out and help some underprivileged people. You just got to go in there and pray for them and clog up traffic for everybody that lives around here. But I digress. Point is, some are more successful than others, as you mentioned.
But again, when you go on the road, like when the Reverend Billy Graham sold out whatever it was, I think he sold out Madison Square Garden. I was going to say Yankee Stadium. It may have been that too, but Madison Square Garden at least. When he sells that out, there's the ticketing fee, the garden gets their cut, security has to be paid. I'm sure he has a booking agent. I don't know who God uses as a booking agent, but I'm sure the Reverend Billy Graham had a booking agent, probably some staff.
I think at one point Judas had the position, but I understand he was replaced.
When the Reverend Billy Graham or anyone in that position got paid for their
Typical
appearance,
booker.
When they got paid for that appearance, is that money taxed? If you take the church on the road.
Well, no, because see, I'm sure, Billy Graham had that down. And we're not talking about the superstar, folks. We're talking about the Reverend. But Reverend Billy Graham, I'm sure, had that down to a fine science. I'm sure he never got a penny personally. I'm sure the church that he was representing, the Graham Foundation or whatever, got the gate from Madison Square Garden and then distributed it amongst various expenses and things and such. I'm sure they had great accountants. It wasn't like, see, Billy Graham had class. He stole money for years on the premise of promising people happiness in the afterlife with class. He wasn't like Jim and Tammy Faye, where they had an air-conditioned doghouse and they didn't have a good accountant. So Jim and Tammy, it's kind of actually ironic.
That's called Smoky Mountain Wrestling. That's what they used to call Smoky Mountain, the Jim and Tammy show.
Well, now, hey, hold on now. Quit it. Jim and Tammy Baker, it's ironic that they were only about 10 or 12 miles down the road from Crockett Promotions because they got undone in a lot of cases by bad accountants and fucking lack of infrastructure also because they didn't know how to do it right. So I'm just saying, don't malign Billy Graham. He ran a successful con game for fucking 40 years. He wasn't going to get caught by the IRS.
If you were let's say a Jim and Tammy, because you are, but let's say you're a Jim and Tammy.
I'm just a Jim. I'm just a Jim.
Do you see like a Benny Hinn and you think this guy's doing too many high spots? This guy's going to kill the business. Once you start introducing these spots, you're never going to be able to stop where he heals people and they fall and...
Yeah, well, actually, that was a big show with the boys in the business.
The Benny Hinn show?
80s, the Benny Hinn show. Because, and I wonder, do some of the kids, the young people, do they even know what we're talking about, Brian?
I don't even know if he's still out there. It was on like before school when I was a kid. I didn't watch it, but I knew of it.
I think I saw, Google him real quick while I'm telling you what I saw. I saw several years ago some clip or story or something on the internet that he was still around, but he was looking rough. I mean, he was looking, it's almost like, you desiccate something where you just completely dry it out and shrivel it up. But Rico, the hairdresser in the WWE, but our Rico Constantino in OVW, bodyguarded him for a period of time at one point when he was going around doing this was like in the mid 90s. And he was still going around doing these shows, but we saw him in the 80s. And kids, he'd have this line of people waiting to be healed by him. And he's some, I think, Latin American nationality to begin with and had an accent.
I thought that too. I just want to stop you right there. I always thought that. Looking here, He was born in Jaffa, Israel.
Okay.
His parents were born in Palestine with Greek, Egyptian, Palestinian, and American Lebanese heritage.
Jesus Christ. Well, you don't find many of people of that bloodline going into the faith healing business, do you?
I always figured he was from like South America or something.
That's what it seemed like. Well, He had the accent, but it was at the same time, like I said, I say Latin American or because it was vague. It was a vague accent. You weren't sure. And he had an exotic look and this weird hair. But all these people would line up and it'd come up on a stage one at a time. And he would not only fucking put his hands all over their fucking faces and heads, but he would start rambling in some unearthly language and then bop them. We used to call him the bopper. In the locker room, he would bop them on the forehead with the palm of his hand, and they would take a bump, but not like a big feet up, but they would just pass out from the experience of it and fall backwards. And he had motherfuckers there to catch these people. And they caught him over and over. And what would they do? They'd just dump them to the side and somebody would help him crawl off or whatever. And then, because he was doing this like over and over. Boom, come up. They sounded like the Sheik doing a TV promo. And boom, and they catch him and dump him and catch him and dump him. And it was and these people were into this, and they had to be legitimately hypnotized in some fashion, because am I being a mark, Brian, or did they look like they were the furthest thing from plants? And there was so many of them. How would you have had a budget for that?
Yeah, that show was on every day, or at least 5 days a week. He went through a lot of different people. I think if they were plants, people would be like, I saw that guy in season 2.
More people have taken a bump for Benny Hinn than took a bump for Luthez. But but people bought it. And they sent this guy money. And then so the Reverend Ernest Angley, do you remember him? He was the one the Reverend Ernest Angel in Memphis Wrestling was patterned after.
Yes.
Yes, and you will be healed if you send $4.99 to my ministry. And where was he? Some little town out on the outskirts of Cleveland, Ohio, I think. I actually sent in $5 for one of his cassette tapes one time.
No.
In the late 70s, because I had to have it. The Reverend Ernest Angley, and he was a little troll that looked like fucking Danny DeVito if he was somehow fucking born with birth defects, and had the worst toupee/wig. I don't know how much, if any of it was his real hair, it still looked fake. And just this smarmy manner, and he looked like he lived under a bridge. And people were sending him, I may have it on the goddamn shelf. Hold on here a second.
Hey, you want to hear a little bit?
Goddamn it, hold on.
Okay.
Right here. You hear that? That is the unmistakable rattle of a cassette tape in a plastic case. It's on the shelves of my desk here. Side 1, I Accuse Christianity, and Side 2, God Loved, by the Reverend Ernest Angley of Grace Cathedral in Akron, Ohio.
Wow. I'm trying to see if there's any clips of him. There aren't any clips of him actually doing his shtick on YouTube. I'm surprised.
Oh, my God. Who is in charge of the Ernest Angley Library? This could be monetized.
Well, there's an official Ernest Angley Ministries account. Let me click on this.
He's got to be dead.
Whoa. Let's get off whatever. The String Men's Quartet, the Tears of Calvary.
Ernest Angley has got to be dead. He had to be 60 when I ordered this tape 40 years ago.
See, I can't tell. Is this him singing or is he? Let me see.
No, he couldn't have sung.
Wonderful to see Jesus, to see him at work, to see him opening blinded eyes, unstopping deaf ears, seeing his work still going on today. No, he isn't dead. He is alive and alive forevermore. Does he live in your heart today? Do you feel the presence of him right now? Do you feel the resurrected Christ within you? Yes, he is wonderful and so.
I swear, Jim Neighbors.
Wait a minute. I got it. You know what that is?
What?
It's Joe Pesci doing Ron Wright.
Hold on, they're just starting one after another.
And said, Ahab, how long halt ye between two opinions? Why, of God,
Joe Pesci doing Ron Wright.
Let's serve him. And if he isn't, well and good. It's time for us all to find it out. So he said, Ahab, gather the prophets of Baal. Let's bring them in. Let's prove.
All right, I don't know how much more of this guy I could take.
Yeah, I know some of those words are English. I've heard them before, but never in that order. But you said that was an entire television show on Sunday morning, and then send the money to Grace Cathedral in Akron, Ohio for the Reverend Ernest Angley.
Well, apparently Oh, go ahead.
I was just Ernest Angel, the manager in Memphis in the late 80s, ended up managing a car lot in Knoxville and sponsored some of our Smoky Mountain shows. But go ahead.
Was that the inspiration, too, for Pritchard, for Brother Love?
Yes, mainly. I mean, all of the TV preachers and the concept of that. But that kind of cadence was the Ernest Angel thing, because that was hot in the... Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, 70s and 80s when we were all watching fucking TV as, on the road.
I'm trying to play a clip of Benny Hinn, but it's just pounding gospel music or whatever this is. Well, here's Benny Hinn responds to controversy on Nightline. Let's take a sample of this, thanks to our friends at ABC.
He has been the subject of investigations by the United States Senate and numerous media outlets, but rarely has the televangelist and faith healer Benny Hinn granted an interview to defend himself. Until tonight. He is perhaps the biggest televangelist in the world. Benny Hinn has preached to tens of millions of people all over the planet. His television show airs in 200 countries every day.
Stop right there. How much money is he making? That show's airing in 200 countries every day?
Yes.
Every day.
Yes. It was everywhere.
She can walk without the wheelchair, without the cane.
The core of his appeal? His claim that God uses him to miraculously heal the sick.
The people are so hungry for God here, my God. Whoa.
But see,
and right now behind that, they're showing a little montage of him doing it. It almost looks like with some people, he does like the iron claw, but just like pushes their head back.
Yes, he would get lazy. Sometimes he'd massage them around for a while and stick his thumb in their ear or whatever, and then he'd on the fucking forehead. But other times, as they got coming too quick or he was running out of TV time, he'd just start clawing them and pushing them.
And the guys catching it, they're all in suits. And it just looks like a bunch of executives.
No, it was a professional organization. All of the fucking body catchers were well dressed. They had custom made clothes on.
All right, let's get some more audio here.
you got to explain this to me. How does it work? Are you saying that the Holy Spirit enters you and you can heal people?
Well, I'll try to explain that to you. The anointing, which is God's power, comes on me. Yes, I can actually feel it. And people start getting healed. You'd be amazed some of the things I hear on that platform, from the cancer, the pain is gone, the this is gone. I was sitting on my wheelchair and I can walk now, such things like that.
Hinn was born to a Christian.
Well, let's stop right there.
Does he hear the cancer is gone from the oncologist at the Cancer Institute, or does he hear it from grandma that is deluded and thinks that her cancer is gone?
When you hear someone like that, when you see someone like that, do you think like that person, if they had done some, if life had worked out differently, they actually would have done well in the wrestling business because of their commitment to the work?
Oh, but I don't know about the wrestling business because, see, you need a special kind of immorality, in my opinion. It's one thing to work people that we had a fight and it was real versus we agreed on one or the other of us winning. When you're talking about basically conning these poor people into buying into that you can heal them and possibly keeping them away from legitimate doctors or legitimate hospitals. You hear the stories all the time. Oh, I gave him the money and I thought everything was going to be okay. I should have gone to the doctor, whatever. That's a special kind of really sick, disgusting human being. Most of the people I've known in the wrestling business, if you put it right down to it, will you cheat this sick senior citizen out of money or delude her into believing you're going to fucking cure her cancer? They would have said, no, I ain't going to do that shit. And he was doing it in 200 countries every day.
Every day. Let's get a little more about his background.
Christian family living in Israel. As a young man, he became a devout evangelical. He now controls a ministry that collects an estimated $100 million a year in donations from people who Hinn has convinced that God heals through him.
$100 million in just donations. That's not the syndication for the TV show or anything else. That's just donations.
You got merchandise. You've got, obviously they had advertising because They were on fucking in 200 countries.
If you went to one of these live events, they have to be like shirts, programs, right? Different things.
Oh, yes. Well, they advertised whatever era, whether it was cassette tapes, audio tapes, videotapes, books, scripture, fucking things framed it can go on the wall. It was a mass merchandise fucking machine.
Here's some more from Benny Hinn.
People have called you a con man, a fraud. So let me just put the question to you bluntly. Okay. Are you taking advantage of people who are profoundly religious and also vulnerable because they're in physical pain for your own personal enrichment?
Well, I'm glad you're asking. Let me tell you something. I would not do this for money.
Thanks.
If people think I would do this for money, after all the misery I've had to go through.
What misery?
Oh, dear God. You're a human being like me. How would you like to be called all those names? I mean, who wants that?
Never come back.
Wait.
I've gone through such hardships because of this. People call me names.
He actually is he the grandfather of some of the AEW talent? For $100 million, call me fucking names. Stand at the road and throw hand grenades at me. I'll fucking bat them back. For $100 million a year?
$100 million in donations. That's tax-free because it's going to the church. That must be tax-free, yeah. Would I do this for money? Never. But that's not counting my merch money. I get my merch money. Let's go back to this.
What you're asking is, am I using the so-called lie that healings really happen so I can make money?
Correct.
Okay. Of course not. You cannot fool all the people all the time, right?
Oh,
you don't need to fool all the people all the time. You just need to fool some people sometimes.
Well, okay, that's okay. I mean, I understand that, but I will tell you this. I think if I was fooling the people over 35 years of it now, I would have been caught already fooling them. Is the pain gone?
Everything's gone. Everything's gone.
Hinn admits
she's talking about her wallet, her money, her house, her insurance.
He started doing the fucking wrestling explanation. Well, you can't fool all the people all the time.
Well, I mean, there are examples of wrestling, and I wonder when it first wrestling and religious jamborees or whatever
Revivals.
This is.
I can tell you're from up north. Revivals.
When did they first cross paths? Because this is clearly. It's like the same family. He's like a distant cousin you don't want to deal with.
Yes. Well, no, honestly, it sprouted at the same time. Religious revivals, barnstorming pro wrestling and or boxing, circuses or county fairs, not circuses, but, just sideshows, traveling fairs, and the athletic shows, they all interconnected. A lot of people went from one to the other, from wrestling to the circus or with a promotion or blah, 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 or whatever. Some of the old time wrestling promoters, remember in the 30s, which ones owned circuses too? There were a couple.
Yeah, good question.
There were a couple that owned either circuses, or Jim Crockett Sr. would promote not only wrestling in the Carolinas, but also the Harlem Globetrotters and the top country western musicians of the day. So there was, anybody was doing a traveling show, they were all interconnected from the late 1800s through the 1950s and early 60s.
Let's go back to Benny Hinn and see how interconnected he is with these people.
he doesn't have any medical verification of any of the healings, and in fact, some of the supposed healings have turned out to be not real at all.
In Jesus' sweet name.
9-year-old William Vandenkolk claimed his failing eyesight had improved at this Hinn crusade in 2001.
As soon as God healed me, I could see better.
William is now 17 and still legally blind.
I'd say I was caught up in the moment, being as young as I was, thinking I could actually be getting my vision back.
Yep.
His name is William, and he still can't see.
These are things I cannot explain, because I am not believer. I'm human like you. I make mistakes like anybody else.
Hinn says God does the healing, not him, and that he is therefore not responsible for what people claim on stage. But as I continue to press him, his publicist starts to interrupt angrily.
What are some of the other issues besides healing we can discuss?
He just said I can ask him whatever he wants.
No, I'm really fine with that.
In a moment, the conversation gets even more heated.
Ron, I'm really enjoying this, and this is important.
When I ask about the ongoing Senate investigation into Hinn's lavish lifestyle, funded in part by tax-free donations from the faithful. 2 years ago, the U.S. Senator Chuck Grassley launched an investigation into 6 major televangelists, including Benny Hinn. The question, are Hinn and his colleagues using tax-free donations from believers to fund lavish lifestyles?
Let me pause it here. This is from 2009 for the record, just in terms of when this happened.
That's like, okay, and I was about to ask you what the date was, but that's like a network broadcast asking, is wrestling a work today? They'd known that this stuff was going on since the fucking 70s, and the whole thing with, not Pat Robertson, but, well, Pat Robertson's the one that took over.
Jimmy Swaggart.
But Jimmy Swaggart's where I was going for. Pat Robertson took over Jim and Tammy's business and then wouldn't give it back to him. But go ahead.
Go ahead with more audio.
Well, I mean, go ahead with the audio. I was just saying, it's like, this is not news. They're saying, oh my God, we've just found this out, that they're all fucking living like multi-billionaires.
You know what the problem, though, is? If you do that to wrestling, there's enough people that shrug and go, oh, we already knew that. Or there's people that, I'm sure there were some people mad, real wrestling fans, and I'm sure the media didn't treat it like anything they had to be careful with, and they haven't. With this, if you're, especially, let's go to 85 when Eddie Mansfield exposed the business. If there had been people out there exposing these people to that level, would people have been mad? Would they have been boycotting the television network? Would they have been protesting? Would they have been writing letters?
Oh, it was a big, I lived in Charlotte through the whole PTO club fiasco and what was their amusement park that they had? I
didn't know that they had an amusement park.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Jim and Tammy Baker, they lived right across the South Carolina line, and the amusement park was in Rock Hill, South Carolina. It was like not even right above Rock Hill. So it was like on the outskirts of suburb of Charlotte. Just right there. And when the whole thing blew up, they revealed that Tammy Faye was not only a lunatic as far as an inveterate shopper and spendthrift and, like the Leona Helmsley of the South, she's carrying on like she's the queen. The kids, Tammy Sue, and they had a son. They were delinquents running around doing cocaine, and the daughter was fucking everybody in Charlotte. They had an air-conditioned doghouse. They had their own amusement park that's what they were selling shares in. Their big luxury resort hotel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And amusement park and playground. Yeah. And they sold like 250% of the occupancy of their place and took everybody's, and that's when it blew up in their fucking face. And then they found out Tammy was having an affair with Roe Messner, who was one of the bigwig business people involved in the whole charade. And then Jim went to prison and Tammy kept fucking Roe, and it was a whole but no, it was in the paper constantly, and it just people, they had tons of heat. That's where
beyond their heat, I'm talking about the other side. How many people stuck with them and the media had the heat, or the police had the heat? Oh, well,
there's the same amount that stick with Trump now. The suckers who you can't tell the truth to. And there still were, and they was, yes. And then they ended up back on television. Jim Baker, when he got out of prison, got another fucking television show, Ministry. And Tammy was on TV, and I think she died of cancer years ago. But the whole thing, some people never smarten up to any of this, even when it's on network television or in the newspapers.
But in the 60s, let's say, instead of the 80s, if someone had come out and said these things about the Reverend Billy Graham, it would have been a completely different reaction. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, but they couldn't have said the same things because he did. See, that's another thing. Evangelism was like the wrestling business. it was more protected. They didn't want to be so obvious. They didn't want to attract so much attention. And like I said, he had more class to it. I remember when I was a little kid, he'd be on television regularly on networks, and people were asking, and he was commenting on important things, but he didn't look or come off like a fucking idiot. He was like the Luthez of evangelists and preachers. And so he wasn't far-fetched, and he didn't faith heal anybody. He still did the whole God line, but he tried to make it believable. And he had some gravitas to him. So it wasn't really the same thing. You couldn't expose him because he wasn't fucking around, and or chasing pussy or, have a trailer park trash family or whatever. He was just peddling the whole religion thing, and he had got to the top of the mountain, so he had to keep it honest. And he still didn't pay any taxes.
That's right. Well, let's finish with Benny Hinn here.
Donations his ministry collects from his followers.
The blood of Jesus!
The criticism is that you're leading a lavish lifestyle.
Of course. It's always been that, by the way. That criticism is nothing new.
Well, let's talk about that. As a follower of Jesus, you fly in a private plane.
Yes, I do.
You're staying right now in one of the fanciest hotels in New York City.
Yes, I am.
You wear very nice clothing. So do you not have any misgivings about that?
No. Look, there's this idea, supposedly, that we preachers are supposed to walk about with sandals and ride bicycle. That's nonsense.
She came out of it! She's here!
Do you never have moments where people are writing out checks to you or filling out cards with their credit card information, and you're thinking, you know what, these people just can't afford it. They're doing this because they're desperate, and I shouldn't take this money.
Well, what you're saying to me is I should reject their money because I'm fake?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm asking you.
If I was fake, I would absolutely give them back their money. But I believe that God called me to preach the gospel, which is very important.
Senator Chuck Grassley's office.
Let me stop it there for a second. He would give the money back if it was fake. But because this is real, he's keeping the money.
Yes, well, I'm glad he cleared that up. And that wasn't even the question that was asked. It was about, can these people afford it, and do you feel bad?
Let's go to this. I guess this is actually finishing up. This is the last couple minutes here. This is Republican Senator Chuck Grassley.
This tells us that Hinn has cooperated fully with his investigation into whether Hinn and other televangelists are using the tax-free donations they collect appropriately, although the senator has not yet released the results of his investigation.
The senator himself stated that we gave them more information even than they thought we would.
He did, you're right. But let me ask you, if you're so confident that this information proves that you're behaving appropriately, why don't you release it to me or the public?
Well, I'll say that we have an agreement with the senator to keep things confidential. I have nothing to hide, by the way.
You have nothing to hide?
No, of course not.
He promises to give us any information not bound by the confidentiality agreement.
Wait, he's saying he has a confidentiality agreement with the Senate?
Yeah.
That he can't release the information he gave to them?
Only the Senate is allowed to hear this, but I'd be glad to tell you everything except for them.
I wish I would, but the Senate, the U.S. government has to release me from the NDA they had me sign.
I'm telling you, this guy's related to Tony Khan.
Let me see if there's any more of him. I guess this is the end of it here. They finish up. Let's go.
So then I should be able to get whatever information I'm looking for.
I hope you do.
But after the interview, the senator's office told us there is no confidentiality agreement.
You will bring the life of heaven with you.
Even so, Hinn's ministry said it didn't have time to edit out personal information from its donors in time for our broadcast and therefore gave us nothing. As our interview winds down, another outburst from Hinn's publicist, scolding me for not asking about Hinn's new book about the Arab-Israeli conflict.
You don't know about the book.
Ron, that's not important. Can I please say something? The questions Dan asked me, I've been wanting someone to ask me for the last 20 years of my life. I think what this man did is fantastic, and thank you for doing it. No, really, I'm very pleased.
What a con.
Why? Because it's time for me to tell it all.
He told nothing.
I don't want people talking for me. I want to talk for myself.
You talk nothing,
In case you're wondering, Hinn says his annual salary is somewhere over $500,000 a year, although he won't say how much over $500,000.
Okay, well there it is, the Benny Hinn as of 2009.
That was the greatest good cop, bad cop in history, because while the publicist is clearly the stooge going, no, you can't say that, no, you can't ask him that, no, you got to do this. He said, no, I have nothing to hide.
I'm so happy. I've been waiting 20 years for someone to call me a con artist to my face.
Yes, no one would ask me these obvious questions in 20 years of my life. No one asked me if I was fucking fake or not and what I'm doing with all this money. I'm so glad that I was able to not answer these questions today.
We could have cleared this up 20 years ago. If someone had just said, are you stealing their money? I would have said, no, I'm for real.
And that would have been the end of it. See, it's just communication. Communication is the issue. It's the key. It's the problem sometimes. There's not a lot of give and take.
Well,
we just pulled that entire bit out of our ass. Did I start just the church sign?
Yeah, this has been happy talk. This is happy talk.
Yes, led us down the road of Benny Hinn.
Well, it's certainly down some road, and we're going to look for a post to stop at. But with that said, let's go from the world of people being suckered in by charlatans to AEW. Double or Nothing 2023 from Las Vegas. This review was recorded earlier. Let's go to this right now. And the drive-thru rolls on, and we are here, and it's another day, and we don't know what we're going to do, but we have to talk about something that answered the age-old question, what is the exact opposite of Great American Bash 89? AEW Double or Nothing 2023.
How about Desperation or Nothing? Is that because that's what it reeked of, it dripped of, it oozed of. Everybody was so desperate in their own Markish way, from Tony the Mark Booker to the Mark roster to the Mark production staff and et cetera, to the Mark that puts together all the barbed wire gimmicks. They were so determined to go out there and, despite what they were working with, try to have the greatest show of all time. That I tweeted about it. I said, I have never, until last night, seen a multiple car pileup on the interstate that took 4 hours from the first brake pump to the last skid mark was laid down.
You didn't see the pre-show?
I did not see the pre-show.
You could extend that time a little bit. Jeff Hardy in the Hardy Party match.
Hardy Party.
When he slipped off the rope right after he missed his own move, that was truly something, and it was sad to see, and he shouldn't be in there, and he shouldn't have been brought back, but whatever.
Well, there was a number of sad things. It was sad that I know Tony got a kick out of having Sabu out there. I don't know. Did we see his face?
Yeah, we saw his face at one point, but then we saw him just kind of walk out.
Yes, and they were gone. And Arn, I was so embarrassed for him that he had to be a part of all of this.
This may lay claim to the saddest pay-per-view event of all time.
There was a lot of sadness to go around. And that's why, so is it Desperation or Nothing? Because the people in Las Vegas, they got interested at certain points, either when something was really, even for this event, unexpected or potentially funny, or every once in a while they were actually really interested. But there was a lot of sitting around. And again, it's just chaos. It got so, they have a main event amongst their alleged top guys that they, by the very nature of it, the rules of it, or lack thereof, if you will, is going to go all over the building. And it's going to be 8 guys in crazy, wild, and blood or whatever. So what do? They have 6 other fucking matches before that where there's crazy, wild, and blood and all over the building or outside in the fucking street or in the goddamn septic tank. But it just blended together like everybody's trying hard. They just don't know what they're doing. They're making good time, but they're hopelessly lost. And I mean, to start this night of disaster and mayhem with a 21-man battle royal. with all the fucking jobbers and or people that nobody gives a shit about, that you didn't even fucking bother to spend time on this 4-hour extravaganza to even introduce the motherfuckers. The show opens up, there's 20 guys on the floor, and here comes Pockets. And of course, it's for the Dollar General Store title that Tony has bought for his favorite action figure. And it just went on and on and on. Brian, have you ever seen a 25-minute battle royal, not the Royal Rumble, just a battle royal with fucking 21 job guys? Go on and on and on.
No, but to be fair, there are a lot of matches on this show that just went on and on and on. It was a series of endless matches, including this battle royal, which wasn't very good to me. Someone did ask during the press scrum afterwards. They said that may have been one of the greatest battle royals of all time. There's a real disconnect right now between fans in the bubble and fans in reality. Yeah, this match was not good.
Christ. And then everybody started on the floor, as I mentioned, and the dipshit with the play belt gets the ring, and then here comes everybody. But you only are officially in the match when you get in the ring. So everybody that was fighting on the floor wasn't in the match yet unless they'd gotten in the ring, so that they could do all the things where they jump off of shit and technically would be eliminating themselves. But why have any rules since there are none anywhere else? And the battle royals apparently now are no DQ, lazy booking. So then a bunch of people fight on the floor and don't get in and do dives, and then they get in, but then they're dumped out. But why would doing a dive help you win this thing anyway? How in the world is that going to help in any way?
Because it gets the crowd to pop.
So guess who won the pony? Pockets. Of course, the mascot.
Did you see Commander? Did you fast forward or stop the fast forward enough to see Commander do the fucking move where he runs over the ropes and dives to the floor?
Yeah.
In the Battle Royal?
Yes.
The one move he has that we keep seeing over and over, takes him 30 seconds to catch his breath and get his balance, and everyone waits for him to run, and then he runs and he jumps.
He says a small prayer first. But I mean, so I did fast forward most of this because what the fuck, it just went on and on and on. Again, and the beat don't stop until the break of dawn. And Pockets won 25 minutes into the program. So then, I know, Brian, people are not going to believe this, but they followed up a match where anything goes with another match where anything goes. But this time it wasn't sanctioned. So Tony and his father and Megan and all of the officials can't get sued if anything bad happens, except for the fans. Something bad happened to the fans. They got the stink bored out of them.
Can I say something before you review this match?
Please do.
This was one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my entire life. And I mean it. I'm not just saying that. This was one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my life.
And I mean, now that's only slightly hyperbolic because we have seen videotape of, untrained goofballs on a show in a basement somewhere in front of 6 people that technically you could probably say was a worse match, but I don't think I've ever seen anything as bad in front of people, real people, serious people, broadcast.
The fans went silent. They were like, what are we supposed to do?
I know it was like they were in suspended animation. It was like, what the fuck is going on in front of us? And they were just staring. I mean, again, they were sending people around with mirrors to hold them in front of fucking fans' faces to see if they were still breathing.
It was so awkwardly quiet that at one point I couldn't tell. I'm like, does Adam Cole always move like this and I've never noticed it? Or is it because the fans are so silent? It seems like he's taking extra steps and doing things he doesn't need to do. There was so much silence, it kind of impeded upon everything in the match.
And I noted, by the way, Jim Ross was on color. I forgot that he worked there. But he was back, and he was reasonably listenable, unlike the normal commentary for a few matches. And then suddenly I noticed he was gone. And we never heard from him again.
For the most part, I found Jim Ross enjoyable. It was a relief to see him come out there. The commentary is awful. Excalibur was excruciatingly awful on this entire broadcast. It was painful. It was so bad. But Jim Ross, the problem is, when you tell people that this is the best Chris Jericho's ever been, when you say this match is guaranteed to be a classic.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing I don't like. I like Jim Ross, everything he says, except don't build up shit that makes you look like a liar.
Well, they did prove him wrong in that instance. So it's an unsanctioned match. Anything goes. Lazy booking. Adam Cole versus Chris Jericho. Cole has Roderick Strong and Sabu in his corner. And Jericho has the, allegedly.
No, I'm sorry. I got to stop you. At one point, the best line was Jim Ross during the match, and he was kind of ignored by the other commentators. He says, "Isn't Sabu the referee?"
Yeah. He mixed anything. He meant Mark Briscoe was going to be the referee later on, but Sabu was
special enforcer. What is that?
I don't know. And then nobody else knew either. Jericho had the Four Stooges, everybody that's not Sammy Guevara and his little group of idolaters or appreciators or whatever they are.
Idolaters.
And as soon as they all got down there, they all started fighting. The seconds too. Everybody was just broke out in a fight. And the Stooges got on Adam Cole, and then Jericho and Sabu got in the ring and stood there with the chairs forever. And then did the fencing with the chairs. And then Jericho dropped his chair and he got bumped out, and Sabu climbed up to the top and more or less just fell off the top rope out onto the floor and put one of the heels through a table, who was conveniently laying there waiting for it. So Tony Khan was back there loving it, and Sabu's had multiple health issues. He's in his 50s. He's nearly died. He's had injury after injury. Just to relive a moment of your childhood. I mean, seriously, when I brought Jackie Fargo to the Louisville Gardens, when he was a little bit older than Sabu and probably in much better shape, I didn't ask him to take any bumps through furniture because he did it 30 years before, right?
What if he asked you if he could do it?
He wouldn't have. That's one thing he would have not. Hey, can I take a bump? Are you out of your... He didn't ask that when he was in the business. So anyway, so the guys that were supposed to be in this match fighting are not fighting at this point. But then somehow, Brian, you know what they did? All of them, everybody, all of the Sabu, the special star, and all of the seconds, and everybody that were having this giant Donnybrook, they just fought off, and they were gone. And then Jericho and Cole start this match, and immediately they go out to the floor. And they weren't having a wrestling match or a fight. They were just doing slow-paced, garbage wrestling on the outside, wouldn't get in the ring. And the fans were just sitting there and staring. And then they got in the ring, and I made note that Jericho is wearing brand new designer concrete boots. It's like they were in fucking jelly. And then at one point, he got the walls of Jericho, and Adam eventually, after teasing it and you knowing it was coming, and them having a camera shot of it for ages, and the announcers talking about it, he did the fire extinguisher spot. But he had already, it was there, it was in the shot. He waited, then he pulled it in, and everybody saw it, and he waited, and it finally...
And it was so awkward just the way he was hanging out, too. I mean, Jericho was like on an angle, and he was sitting like on the rope was involved, and Cole was all the way out of the ring.
Yeah, and then he pulled him in, and Jericho had to turn around and look to the right so he could hit him in the face with the spray. And then he picked it up and hit Jericho with it, but you can't work with a fire extinguisher. Not one that size. So it looked like shit. And then suddenly Jericho gets a kendo stick. But here comes Britt Baker and gets in the ring and wears him out with the kendo stick. just beats a bejesus out of him. And then here comes Soraya and beats Britt Baker up. And then they fought off. And you didn't see them anymore. And then more nothing happened, where they were just laying around breathing. And then Adam Cole gets up on the top rope, and Jericho chucks the chair at him, and it hits him, and he falls off the top rope through another table out on the floor. Adam Cole has just returned from almost a year out injured with concussions. And in the worst match in recorded history, he's taking a chair to the head and falling through a table off the top rope.
And everything was in slow motion and everything was telegraphed. It was such a bad match.
And I wrote, nobody cares about any of this, but they're leaving nothing for anyone else later either. So it's a double whammy. And then they got a chain out, a 20-foot chain with cuffs on either end of it. And Jericho cuffed one end on Adam Cole, but Adam Cole fought back and put the other end on Jericho, and now it was a chain match. And then Cole botched a Panama Sun. Well, I don't know who botches a Panama Sunrise, because it really doesn't make any sense anyway. The Canadian destroyer off the thing, is it the flipper or the flippy? You can't tell who that is anyway. But point being, instead of going all the way over, they kind of just did a fucking back bump wham, one guy on top of the other guy. And I believe that's where Jericho got his eye split open. Or at least I didn't ever see any blood, but it was red at the end and it was black later. So he got probably one of the links of the chain to the face, smashed by a body on top of him, because they're trying to fucking do backflips over each other when they're tied up with a fucking logging chain, and one of the participants is a fucking 53-year-old man. Is it 55 or 52 you can get AARP?
I have no idea.
I got it, but I can't remember because it's been so long ago. But if it's 52, I'm calling him AAR Jericho. Anyway, so at that point, that's when referee Aubrey Ed pulled out the black gloves and put them on her front hooves, because we did have some kind of blood in there somewhere. But anyway, so Jericho whips Cole with the chain, but that, of course, looked phony and fake too, because it's too heavy to work with and you can't do it believably, at least not in the way they were doing it. I could have given them a few suggestions, but I wasn't even there. So then the finish came when Cole got on Jericho. He hit a knee with the chain wrapped around his knee. And then he got on Jericho and he was doing fake punches with the chain, because you can't, again, the chain is way too big and too heavy to work with it believably. And also, if you did hit somebody hard, it would break your fucking fingers because it's too big and heavy. But then he switched hands and had to throw barehanded punches with the left hand because Jericho hadn't thought ahead and handcuffed Cole's right arm. So Cole couldn't fucking throw regular punches with the right hand without bringing the chain down on top of Jericho, who's already been fucking potatoed with it anyway. So he throws fake punches with the left hand to the top of Jericho's head or wherever the fuck in the vicinity of Jericho. And then Aubrey just stops it. She says, "Nay! Nay, no more." And the crowd booed because it looked so bad. The crowd booed the babyface beating the heel into submission until the referee stopped it. Have you ever heard that before? They were booing the fucking shitty looking finish.
They were waiting for anything to like about this match and it never came. And then this finish was one of the all-time bad finishes. And it certainly didn't make anyone happy, and the fans let them. That woke the fans up.
I mean, my God. And this also went so long. It was an hour into the show, these first two events, the Battle Royal and this, but it cut half the time, cut all of the outside bullshit, and keep up a bit of a pace, and goddamn have a. I mean, they didn't channel Tully Blanchard Magnum TA. They channeled fucking Ian Rotten and dipshit McGee. Just the worst things about bad indie garbage wrestling. And their smoke and mirrors made no sense. With the multiple man fight at the beginning and the fucking girls running in. At least later on, Jeff Jarrett's smoke and mirrors made some sense. Still was a little overdone, but this was people were at some points actually interested, whereas this was if anybody wanted to go to the concession stand or take a piss or whatever, they would have been happy to have this match. Otherwise, I can't imagine this thrilled anybody in that building.
This was one of the worst matches ever. Chris Jericho looked awful in this. Adam Cole, and I feel bad saying this kind of thing because everyone tells me he's the nicest guy ever.
He is. He is.
But he's too skinny to be a wrestler. It's not even skinny. He looks frail. At one point when Jericho had him in the Boston Crab and you could see his midsection, like his shirt was like halfway, you see how skinny he is. And I'm sorry, you could hit as many super kicks as you want. More than anyone you can name on that roster, the Young Bucks, Orange Cassidy, whoever you want to name. I don't believe he could beat anybody. It's ridiculous, and I don't think this is something that's going to get better as he gets older, because he never looked imposing, but he doesn't look in as good a shape as he did a few years ago.
He looked athletic. The size was his drawback. He can talk, he can work, he can do things. He's a very intelligent kid. But he looked somehow conditioned. And the only reason, because I know how he's a great guy, and I know how determined he was to get better in the wrestling business when I worked with him years ago. And I can't, I hesitate to actually come out and blister him, because I got to think it's got to be something to do with his health, because elsewise he wouldn't have just completely given up. Tan, drink milkshakes, go to the gym. You know, whatever the fuck. He's never going to look like Luger.
No, but Jericho's not.
A little weight and a little tone and a little tan.
Jericho's not the biggest guy in the world, and he looked twice the size of Cole.
Like Dick the Bruiser.
Yeah. And, I'm watching this match, and I'm watching him go toe-to-toe, and it just doesn't seem in any way believable. And this feud hasn't done anyone any favors. Adam Cole comes out of it looking awful, because the Britt Baker angle was really poorly done. And everything else in this hasn't been good. And then it had the worst match of all time here. Hopefully this is the end of them working together.
Well, no. You didn't hear later on?
Oh, no, they have the mixed match on Dynamite. We get more.
Yes, to contradict every rule of logic and law of gravity in the history of the wrestling business, they did an angle on a pay-per-view to come back with the match on free TV.
Can you imagine? You know what? I got to say, though, I forget when it was. You'll go through the matches and I'll realize it, but at one point during the show, it hit me. Like, this doesn't even feel like an AEW pay-per-view. Like, there have been pay-per-views where there have been matches I really liked. There have been pay-per-views of matches I didn't like, but they felt like a big deal. This felt like a supersized Dynamite or Rampage.
No, you know what this was? This was an independent show with a promoter that just won the lottery, and he started a company, and we've seen him before over the last 30 years. They were the Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view from, where was it? Bay St. Louis or whatever, where They get enough money to put on a big show and they hire some names, but it's still garbage indie wrestling and nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. And some of the people that might don't care because they're getting paid. That's what it looked like. Except this is going on and on and on. And, but yeah, for the people who don't know what we were referring to a minute ago, later on, Jericho and Saraya do a promo and challenge Adam and Britt to a mixed tag team match on Dynamite this coming Wednesday. So, as I said, for the first time ever in the history of fucking wrestling, they did an angle on a pay-per-view to lead to a gimmick match on free television instead of the other way around. And honestly, the mixed tag would probably have had more interest and drawn more revenue, whether it be tickets or pay-per-view buys or whatever the case, than this fucking fiasco they had on the pay-per-view, because it was an anything goes match in a company full of anything goes matches. Jericho and Cole were not going to do anything different, even if this was good. It still would have been different. But having Britt and Saraya partners with Cole and Jericho might tickle a few people's taints just because it's a little bit more different. So they're going to give that one away on TV. All righty then. The AEW Tag Team Championship was on the line next with FTR against Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal, with Mark Briscoe as referee. And I'm going to say, was this the only match on the show that actually was the legitimate rules of wrestling? You could be disqualified, you could be counted out, pinfallers, and people couldn't just do shit right in front of the referee. Supposedly, is this the only?
I mean, there were more idiots running around ringside during this match than any other thing on the show, and one of the referees took a guitar shot.
Well, yes, but at least that way he didn't see what happened afterwards.
It was a she.
No, that's right. Hold on. But allegedly, this match was going to be a tag team match for the title. There wasn't any no DQ rule. It wasn't unsanctioned. It wasn't. And technically, they didn't violate any of the rules because the referees were always unconscious at the time. So this was a mixed bag. Dax and Jay started, and it was the first time in the show that it looked like pro wrestlers were in the ring, and I wasn't ashamed of watching it. But at the same time, they were wrestling after 2 long garbage matches that have had everything in the world already done in them. So what are these guys hand to hand supposed to do? That's why I wrote, Tony can't build a show. Either that or this is an inverted pyramid.
You think they should have started the show with this?
Probably. It would have got people in a good fucking mood. It would have got people in a good mood because they had ups and downs. The people did get into this at the end. There were more reactions in the finish to this, that, again, an issue that nobody cared about. But there were more reactions in the finish than there were in that goddamn Falls Count Anywhere fiasco, or not unsanctioned, whatever the fuck it was.
Contractually signed, unsanctioned match.
Contractually unsigned, unsanctioned, whatever. Because at least it was shit that gets reaction from people visually, or twists and turns, shit that you might not expect, or, oh, she got it in the face with the pie anywhere, whatever. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's the thing, is that these guys are professionals. They know how to work, but nobody cared about the issue because the issue's been so stupid. And they still had Sanjay and Zippy and Karen now at ringside, and Mark is Briscoe's the referee. FTR's homage to the Midnight Express was the double cross body on Jay Lethal and Jeff off the top from the Southern Boys Midnight Express Great American Bash match. Jeff pulled the top rope on Cash when he was hitting it. He took a real nice bump over the top, and they had a heat spot. And said, I like this match because there was a clear babyface team and a clear heel team. And they didn't just do moves back and forth to each other for no reason. They followed a logical progression. The baby faces shined mostly. Then they cut the fucking baby face off with a heat spot. And they get on him. But I wrote it was like a wrestling show at a funeral. Because the people didn't care when the other guys in the previous match did all that shit. Why are they going to care when two guys presented as lesser stars, or four guys presented as lesser stars, are doing hand-to-hand combat? They've shot themselves in the foot. The promotion has with doing these matches in these orders. Anyway, decent tag match. Nobody cared. Long heat on Cash. And Dax hit a nice brainbuster. No reaction. Crowd's on life support. Some more shit happened. They did a nice doomsday device. But on the cover, Sanjay pulled Dax out on the floor, and Mark kicked Sanjay out of ringside and Zippy with him, and that was the first response they really got in the match. And this is where Jeff Jarrett's David Copperfield act kicks in. And he got the reaction, but Jesus Christ, on this show, these used to be great finishes when they were in the main event, not on the card in a sea of chaos, but they got to people because it was put together right. Fucking boom, the heels get kicked out of ringside. Jeff swings a fucking guitar, but Dax ducks and Jeff hits Mark and knocks him out. Now FTR hit their finish on Jay, but there's no referee. Here comes referee Aubrey, and Sanjay gets in her way. And here comes Karen and hits Aubrey over the head with a guitar. And by the way, Karen didn't have the exact reach on that. She's not as experienced with the guitar swing, and so she hit old Aubrey Ed, holy mackerel, right with the end of the frame end of the guitar. Instead of safely over the top with the fucking hollow part, the end of it cracked her. So I bet she'll have trouble wearing her blinders for a couple weeks.
Did you see how she sold it? She had her both hands go up in the air. I watched it. Someone had it as a gift, so I watched it on a loop and I was dying.
So then Jay Lethal hit both FTR with a double lethal injection, and everybody was down. So the fans could chant, "Fuck you, Karen." And then Jeff held Dax, and Jay's got the belt, but Dax fought out. But Jeff hit Dax with the belt and then hit the stroke on him. And Mark now, by this time, Briscoe is up for a 2 count. Now people are in it. Because say what you want, but it's fucking wrestling. It works when you have up and down and bang, bang, bang at the finish. Not all through the goddamn match and then end the thing with a fucking small package. You're supposed to build to the finish. And then Jeff bullies Mark Briscoe, and Mark slaps a taste out of his mouth, and FTR hits their finish. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And it was busy, but it was the only thing that was going to get a reaction out of this crowd. After the first 2 matches, which they, especially the second one, they didn't react to at all. And this is a blah issue. And they know they're going to be sitting there a lot longer. So otherwise, what'd you think?
I thought it was a blah match. I mean, there was only so much you could do with that crowd. They're going to kill anything, it seemed like. But it was almost like 2 different, I don't know, Dax and Cash work one way, and Jeff and whatever this fucking dirtbag Codyverse he has at fucking ringside is, it just ruins everything. I don't want to see Sanjay anymore. And Karen, this felt like TNA. That's the problem. And it wasn't even just Jeff, just everything happening. And the fucking giant who does nothing. He just stands there. He's a ring post.
And when they kicked him out, he was doing the thing to the referee like, I didn't do anything.
Hey,
like he was a pleading giant.
I'm
a pleading giant in a nice powder blue suit or whatever.
So no, I want FTR to move on to something better. I don't know what it is right now.
Well, I was about to, let me just ask you that. Who are they going to have a better tag team match with right now in this company than Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal? Whether that's for good or bad. Who's going to be better opponents right now?
I don't know.
There you go.
And I also want them to get away from this whole fucking childish thing where, you know, They're fighting over who's going to be friends with Mark Briscoe, and he doesn't watch the show, so he doesn't know why Dax Pyle drove him. And just
they don't get cable in Sandy Fork.
Yeah, they do. But get rid of all this crap. I do want to ask you one question, if you don't mind. If you are working in front of a crowd that's not reacting to anything, what should you do? Should you try to change things up to try to get a reaction out of them? Should you just sometimes chalk it up to there's nothing that could be done to get the crowd going? Is there always something that could be done to change things up and get the crowd going? What do you do if you're in that situation?
Well, there's no rule of thumb because every situation is different. It depends on the spot you are on the card, who you're working with, what the issue is or may not be, what the issue is may or may not be with the crowd as far as why they're not liking it. Do they just not like you, or do they? I've had everything happen. I've had where they just didn't give a fuck to see anybody, and there's not a lot you can do, but you don't go out of your mind and pull out fucking switchblades and chainsaws. We've had the situations with the Midnight Express and the Dynamic Dudes where they just hated them so bad, even they were the baby faces, it turns the reaction, but you're getting some reaction. Remember I've talked about that time that we had the Bunkhouse Stampede in Nassau Coliseum, and it wasn't an active crowd. They didn't really know anybody. It wasn't a good card. Remember I've talked about how, with the exception of the War Games, the rest of the card was the shits. It was the time they fucked the time up on the advertising, so people came in like hours late.
Oh my God.
It was a mess, and there wasn't anything, there was Bobby Eaton and Nikita Koloff trying to have a fucking match. But yeah, sometimes it just ain't going to happen. Sometimes in the territory days or in the days when you weren't on pay-per-view with a specific time to hit or live television or whatever, you could determine some towns, they didn't want to see the babyface shine. Harlan, Kentucky was like that. Rock and Roll Express could be just kicking ass, whoever they were against, and just doing all their shit, and anywhere else the people be going, yay, and the people in Harlem, eh. But as soon as the fucking heels would cut them off and start getting the heat, then the people would get into the match. They weren't happy to see it. They were yelling and cussing at the heels. And that's why there were certain towns that wanted to be mad. They didn't react as much to the babyface shine, but once you cut them off and started getting heat, that's where they got into it. They didn't know they wanted to be mad, but they responded to the heat. So you stretched the heat out. And then a big comeback at the end, they would blow for the fucking babyface. And other places, they might not like a wrestling match, so you have to get a little wilder to fucking get them into it. Or, whatever, but there's no way to tell anybody, here's what you can do in any situation. I mean, because then you might not be allowed in this fucking environment in AEW. I guess everybody's allowed to do everything, but in normal wrestling businesses, you wouldn't have been allowed to just say, okay, well, I ain't buying this, so let me get some color and we'll go out and fucking throw the tables around. If you're in the third match, so there's always, sometimes guys wouldn't get a reaction. They were green. They were concentrating on their match. They wouldn't remember to bring the people into it. They wouldn't look at them or gesture to them or acknowledge their response, whether good or bad, positive or negative. They'd just be boring in doing their match. And that, especially if they're not familiar with you, that ain't going to help. So the veterans would always say, bring the people in it. If you can't get the goddamn whole crowd up, find the old woman with the big ass or the fucking ridiculously old looking man with a cane and he looks so frail, but he'll shake it at you at ringside, or some woman with a fucking weird haircut or anything, and start picking on them. And if you can get them, then the other people get involved in it. But you can't do that on television. And none of that would work if you goddamn were on a show where everybody was just running people down with goddamn Zambonis. then how do you stand out?
If the crowd is that quiet, does it help or hurt to have the house lights that bright?
It definitely hurts because people are more. I mean, they make noise in all environments and they're used to the lights being up these days. So they're still going to cheer, but you've always noticed in the territory days when you went to different buildings with different lighting setups, because back then they were whatever lights the arena had. It wasn't like your traveling fucking wrestling setup. If the building was lit up, they were less likely to throw shit, to cuss, to flip you off, to fucking get rowdy. The darker it was, the more like they felt they were part of the crowd, but they wouldn't be seen or they wouldn't stand out. They were more comfortable. The spotlight wasn't on them. And that was up to and including if you were in a dark building, you had a better chance of getting jumped on the way back from the ring because they thought they could get away with it. It was in the dark. Everybody wasn't seeing them. And sometimes buildings would make that adjustment when they had a lot of trouble with fans jumping in the ring or guys getting stabbed or whatever the fuck. They would bring the house lights up sometime for the main events or the more important matches. Or like in Knoxville at Civic Coliseum, since they had really concentrated ring lights at the Coliseum that, were part of the Coliseum lighting thing. They just hung over the ring, but you couldn't see dick outside. And we had them do this. When guys would just fight outside around ringside, they would turn the house lights on. So that way everybody in the building could see them, but also we'd make sure they kept them up for the entrances and exits so that nobody could take a fucking poke at you in the dark and then run off.
Well, they didn't have to worry about that here at this pay-per-view.
No, they did. They had to worry about them running off. If they'd have opened the fucking arena doors, I bet you they would have lost part of the crowd by now.
Is this what happens when you give away tickets with cheeseburgers?
I think the cheeseburgers might have set better on their stomachs than this show. I think they were getting sour belches from this. All right. In the back, Gin and Juice jumped Ricky Starks and beat him up. But he's been listening to our criticism because Starks didn't go down. He just crouched over and let these two guys just beat on him, but he never actually, I don't think, went down. And then FTR was coming back from the ring, and they happened by and saved him.
Hey, you want to talk about a team to put in there with FTR? There you go. Let's see what they could do. Juice Robinson and Jay White.
Gin and Juice and FTR. But they're going to be beating up Ricky Starks for the next fucking 10 years. And that's where then Jericho and Saraya cut the promo in the back about a mixed tag team match. And that wasn't bad enough because then Jericho starts throwing a fake temper tantrum and picking up stuff off a table sitting next to him and throwing it down. And you can tell it's set there specifically for him to throw. And then some fucking guy with this building shirt, security, building employee comes in and says, "Sir, you're going to have to calm down." And Jericho throws a fireball in his face and yells, "I'm a wizard, bitch." So I just talked about and laughed about that they shot an angle on a pay-per-view to come back with a more attractive match on free television for the first time in wrestling history. And at the same time, now they're just wasting angles on civilians. Who gives a shit whether he sets this guy on fire or not? Nobody even knows who he is. And again, I got almost a dozen legitimate death threats for throwing a fireball in Ronnie Garvin's face. And nobody by the end of this show remembered that fucking, Arnold Finster even got a fireball in the face. What? It's just so he can fucking use his flash paper.
And this is the guy giving young wrestlers advice. That's the problem. There are too many young wrestlers who think if a veteran stops and talks to them and tells them something to do that it's right. But Chris Jericho shows time after time after time, and with the results to prove it, that his ideas are terrible and they never help anybody. And at this point, you want to talk about something that reeks of desperation. His stuff, all of a sudden he needs to throw a fireball at some idiot in the back? It's a waste. It's a waste. It's just a waste.
And, I mean, he should have said before he threw it, he should have said, "Hey, Derek."
See, that would have gotten a pop. That would have gotten a pop.
At least our audience would have reacted. Because theirs didn't. All right, next was a ladder match for the TNT title. Of course, everybody knows ladder matches are no disqualification. Anything goes. It's Wardlow versus Christian Cage with Dino Douche in his corner. And again, what can I say? Christian is a pro. This could have been such a learning experience for Wardlow to have a match, a wrestling match with Christian. He could have learned some timing. He could have learned how to, as it be a baby face that's both aggressive toward the heel when he needs to be, but at the same time, he could have learned how to sell as a bigger guy with the heel using subtle tricks to make him sell. Things and such of that. Or they could have gone out here and had this ridiculous car wreck that, again, I had to fast forward major fucking segments of to be able to stomach. Because Wardlow spent a while setting up 2 tables on the floor in the entranceway side by side, which of course can help him in no way whatsoever win this match. And then they left him sitting there for a while because, they'll come back to it later. There were ladders everywhere. There was nobody in the ring. They were bridging the apron to the railing with the ladder so they could walk on it. I fast forwarded some. And then Wardlow did a swanton off the top so that Christian could move and Wardlow could hit the ladder. And then Arn came to ringside. Now, Arn, if he's been with Wardlow, why did he just show up halfway through? Did he not expect any of this was going to happen? And the dinosaur, right?
And the dinosaur.
So anyway, Arn came to ringside, and Wardlow's selling with the swanton hitting the ladder. So Arn comes to ringside and whispers to Wardlow while Christian is climbing the ladder in the ring. But instead of going in to stop Christian from climbing the ladder, Wardlow climbs to the top rope and jumps from the top rope to the other side of the ladder. I guess theoretically, in a perfect world, it was going to be the old deal where Wardlow just suddenly appears standing on the ladder opposite Christian, so they're looking face to face, right? I've seen that spot done before, but not by a 275-pound man, because when he jumped to the ladder, it broke its fucking leg. And the ladder and both of the wrestlers fell, and down came baby, cradle and all. Everybody just hit the fucking deck. So now, Christian had rolled out to the floor, and Wardlow takes the ladder with the broken leg and starts setting it back up to climb the thing. And the corpse referee, of course, Captain Phony, he was the first one to run. They were going to run in and hold it like they did the last time we saw footage of them holding a goddamn ladder with a broken leg, while the announcers were screaming, "Get another ladder! Dude, don't climb that ladder!" Apparently he heard them, or one of the referees gave him the Iggy, because he then pushed aside the ladder with the broken leg and got one of the other 10 ladders sitting around ringside. But when he gets that one, Dino comes in and grabs Wardlow and choke slams him twice. So now here comes Arn into the ring. I know he's had a bad neck and had to end his career because of a neck injury. Does he have things going on with his knees that we are not aware of? Or was he trying to crouch and sneak?
I think so.
Why was he unsteady on his feet?
I think you got it right.
But nevertheless, he ran at Dino, and Dino reached out and grabbed Arn by the goozle pipe, as they say. So Arn instead of kicking him in the nuts and DDTing him or something that might have got a pop from the people that Arn Anderson would do, Arn got the hand that was around his neck from Dino and bit Dino's thumb, bit down on it, and bit it for a little while until it looked like the people couldn't really figure out what was going on. It was kind of like, it looked like when a guy grabs one of the marks that's jumped in the ring and there's a tug over the t-shirt or whatever. And then Dino shoved Arn down, I will say down in the Ox Baker description of taking a bump down, and turns around to the camera and his thumb is covered in what I assume is phony blood. Like Arn bit his fucking thumb off. So now, because of that, Dino goes down to the floor and grabs Arn, but Wardlow hits Dino with a chair and a second time and puts him on the tables that he had set up 15 minutes earlier. And Dino laid there motionless with his hands at his sides, not moving a muscle, on a table. I forgot to time it because I was going to go get my watch with my second hand. I could have timed it with a calendar or a sundial, but it had to be 45 seconds, right? While Wardlow set up the big old ladder. The match, by the way, is still going on. There's a match between Wardlow and Christian Cage for one of these belts that everybody has, but we've completely taken a side. We've gone down a side road. They flipped the switch on the railroad tracks, and we've gone to Hooterville. And all of the referees now hold the ladder on the floor for Wardlow while he climbs to the top of it to swanton Dino through one of the two tables. He put the second table up to absorb some of his fall, but it looked like it should have broken his tailbone when he landed. And I said, I can't do this anymore. Shortly thereafter, somehow Wardlow won. And I again felt bad that Arn, at this stage of his life, is having to be involved in things like this. And there you go. What'd you think?
As I said earlier, the saddest pay-per-view of all time. I mean, you got the nice moment of Wardlow doing the swanton off the ladder, landing right on his fucking hip and his ass. That's going to hurt. I hate that ladder matches are now just run-of-the-mill, but they are. And I know he's a big guy in a ladder match, but it was a bunch of crap on a show with a bunch of crap.
We're trying to figure out a way to make this show entertaining. We're trying to we would love to come up with something positive to say just to change the pace.
And I'm not a fan of Arn Anderson's managerial run in AEW at all. Whether it's Cody, whether it's his son, whether it's Wardlow. Maybe I'm forgetting someone else, I don't know. It's the finger gun that he pulls out of a jacket that he's not wearing. It's everything. And I don't know. This wasn't for me.
Well, speaking of things that are not for you. So one of the women's titles now was on display or at stake with Toni Storm and Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter, of course, the incumbent champion, and now all the girls switched sides and changed squads. They had an intramural thing going on where they just went back and forth. It was like the old Shell game a few months ago. You were like, babyface, which one's got the babyface? I can't remember. But Baker and Hayter, who were the heels with Reba, who was the best part of that, and she's gone now are the babyfaces. And Storm, Saraya, and Ruby Soso, who were the baby faces that were going to change the game in AEW women's wrestling, have become the heels that everybody hates. And at one time, it would have been a pay-per-view match if they'd have turned Hayter babyface on Baker. But that window slammed shut on everybody's fingertips.
That was the feud that they could have had. That could have been a multi-month thing. Hayter With Reba still there, because they were still,
yes.
Britt would still be a heel, so Reba would still be there. Of Hayter getting to Britt, that could have been a big thing. They just blew that.
Well, instead, we have a bunch of small things. And this match was further hampered by, I guess, Jamie Hayter is injured. You know, I can't understand why there's such a high injury rate in a promotion like this that puts such a premium on good old-fashioned, pure scientific wrestling. But Hayter's injured, so they did a quick match to get the belt off of her here, which was basically Saraya and So-So attacking her before the match, injuring her arm, rolling her in the ring, the referee getting the okay if she wants to go, ringing the bell. What the fuck? God damn it. You've just been in a fucking car wreck on the way to the goddamn arena where you're supposed to engage in a 3-round middleweight fight against the UFC champion. And you come in and your arm is limp at your side, you're bleeding from the head, and you're dragging your fucking foot that's turned halfway around backwards, and the referee said, "You okay to go?" They rang the bell, and Storm won in 4 minutes. So now who knows how long Jamie Hayter will be out of action because somebody else is hurt because they keep landing on each other.
I watched the media scrum, Toni Storm, I have to say, by herself without Ruby and Saraya. I thought she was great as a heel, just talking to whatever that wrestling media. There's some real journalists there, I'm not going to lie. There's some people that ask reasonable questions, but then there's people that are just complimenting the wrestlers and they want to talk about stupid things and just put over the wrestlers so the wrestlers will smile at them. But she was great in there. And it made me realize just how much they're wasting a heel Toni Storm with Ruby and Saraya. She should be on her own. She was great. I thought she was great in that media scrum.
Yeah, well, remember when she was in NXT at one point, and we said, boy, she looks great and she can work. And she still does look good and she still can work, but she's got nobody to work with and she's in the middle of blech. So it's like she's just kind of in that group of people. Speaking of the House of Blech, for the 6-man tag team title, the House of Blech defended against the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn. And remember when the Acclaimed were the biggest baby faces in AEW, and the people still like them, no doubt about it, but what now they do jobs in matches that they really don't even need to be in. And this wasn't even booked ahead of time, advertised. It was the House of Blech challenge that was just when the people found out when the music played. Oh, it's the Acclaimed, yay! And Caster did a disco single length rap that was the best part of this whole segment, and in which he wondered why there are no black guys in the House of Black, and mentioned that. Poor Buddy Matthews. Can you imagine being in a goddamn supposedly evil, mystical, mysterious, gothic, whatever the fuck
spiritual
group like this, and your name is Buddy Matthews? Think about this. If it, in the old Hollywood days, if it had been, and who plays the Frankenstein monster? Boris Karloff. Who plays Dracula? Bela Lugosi. Who plays the mummy? Buddy Matthews. The fuck? So anyway, he made fun of Buddy and Dominic and Rhea being a couple over on the other channel. But once that, and apparently the Acclaim said, keep your dealer's choice rule. So they didn't even want to pick any of the rules in this match. They should have picked the rule that it'd be a rap-off. You think any of the House of Black can rap?
Do I think any of them could rap? No. Based on who's in it, no.
See there, if the Acclaimed had said, well, the dealer's choice rule is we want a rap-off match, well, they'd have been caught unawares and they'd have lost their title.
I did think it was funny during Max Caster's rap that he accused one of the House of Black of being in kind of blackface, and then later on we literally saw someone in blackface.
Well, yeah, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Because there's... Yes, folks, there's more to come. God damn it. How ain't nobody... I told a fucking 30-year-old Evel Knievel joke, and the fucking internet fans lost their mind, and they actually had a guy doing Al Jolson with the original paint, and nobody said a word? All right, we'll get to that later on. So anyway, in this 6-man tag team match, Harley needed belly rubs, and I ran out of Sprite, and I forgot to hit pause on my way out of the room, and when I came back in, it was pretty much over with, but at least they had stayed mostly in the ring for this one because the floor is so dark with the lighting effect that you couldn't really see. But Billy Gunn made the comeback. And then he hit his famouser on the fat guy with the panda face. He was wearing the white face. And what is his name? I keep wanting to say it's not Brody Lee. It's Brody King.
Brody King.
He ain't Bruiser Brody. He delayed bumped for the famouser. So everybody think about this. Billy bends the guy over and he jumps up and puts his leg behind the guy's head and drives the guy face first down to the canvas for the famouser, right? Did I explain that where everybody's got the picture on it?
I think so.
Okay, well, this fucking yahoo, Billy goes up, puts the leg behind, and drops down. The old Brody fucking Bruiser decides to do a headstand. He didn't go flat of his face and his stomach down. He did a fucking headstand, a delayed headstand. So Billy had already landed, and this guy's head was still like a foot or two off the mat. And then as Billy landed... because he's going down sideways, so he lands and he turns over on his kind of, on his side, and this fucking guy rolled over from the headstand and landed on him. And Billy's thinking, I'll get a kick out of Billy Gunn. He's got a great personality. But he's thinking, what the fuck? I've been doing this for 30 years. Who landed on my back? Nobody's ever landed on my back. I've never seen anybody take that like that before. So by the time that Billy landed and rolled over on his stomach, the guy was on his fucking back and rolled right over him. That shouldn't be possible from that move. Not physically or mathematically or gravitationally. And then Malachi Black hit Billy with the kick, 1, 2, 3. And this thing got 15 minutes, bell to bell. Observations?
I mean, you hit the high points. I missed a lot of this match because after the previous action on the show, I needed a few moments to go outside and adjust my attitude. So...
I needed a couple of minutes to scratch my nuts. I would have taken any excuse. So, all right. For another one of the women's titles... And if you say, no, Jim, you're incorrect, it's the TBS title. Well, I say to you, yes. And it's also another one of the women's titles. Because how are they ever going to have a male champion?
They're not.
Then it's another one of the women's titles.
Yeah, okay.
Think about it. You can't ever have a male champion. It doesn't say women's champion, but since they don't do intergender matches, then there can never be a male champion unless you have some kind of tweener fucking gender. Is there some mutually agreeable person or gender or entity that can fight both men and women to where it could be a transition pit, like the old WWF heel champion transition? Somebody wins it from Bruno and 9 days later loses it to Pedro. We'll have to get into that. But meanwhile, it's Taya Valkyrie in a rematch against Jane Cargill. And I was willing to give this a chance because I wanted to see basically if it was better, if it could be better than the first one. But after the first 1 minute, I was already saying no. But now the entrance, in this case, instead of Jane having dancers and the female rapper who performed her way to the ring, Jane actually got into the dance routine herself. She was doing the dance routine there right along with him. Maybe we found out what profession she's really suited for.
Well, I don't know about that, but it does make you wonder, are there any ideas Tony Khan will say no to?
No.
Is she now the babyface?
Wait a minute. Yes, there are some ideas that Tony Khan will say no to. Fire your fucking goofy cosplayers and get some real talent? No. Let somebody else write this shit? No. He'll say no to a lot of those things.
Well, she danced to the ring like no heel I've ever seen before.
and again, the heels are all presented as allegedly in their universe as either being cooler or nicer or more talented or tougher than the fucking putz baby faces. So anyway, Taya Valkyrie dove off the top and blistered Mark Sterling and turned her back on Jane, and Jane stopped her, and then they went back and forth, and they got some heat, and then she made a comeback, and Taya hit her finish, 2 count. Jane kicked out a little bit late. Referee did it, stopped anyway, and then Jane just got up from that finish that she was... They're all using Beth Phoenix's Glam Slam, right? So Taya gives Jane hers, boom, 1-2, kick out, even though it was late. And then seconds later, Jane just kicked Taya and picked her up and give her the fucking finish. And she got the 3 count. And so there you have it. And boom, now Jane was 60-0. And of course, Mark Sterling can't leave well enough alone, so he gets on the microphone and says she's a champion that's going to defend anytime, any place, anywhere, but there's no one left to challenge her. Awkward pause, awkward pause. Somebody get on the fucking IFB and tell the audio guy, play music! And music played. And out comes Chris Statlander, and she looked good. I don't think she's from Andromeda anymore. She doesn't have her face painted up like an alien pixie. She's got size. We were interested in her work about 1.5 years ago. As we talk about, she seemed to be getting better because she's pretty, we called her Chris Flatlined her about 4 years ago, but she was getting better. And then she blew one ACL and then another one. So she's been gone for intents and purposes for 1.5 years. I'm sure she'll be rusty, but my God, in this field, some kind of believable woman. And the people woke up. And as soon as she hits the ring, they ring the bell. And boom, here we go. Little fight. Statlander with a tombstone. 1, 2, 3. Big pop. Because at least now they got some payoff out of this 60-0. I guess they had to get to 60. Tony decided it's got to be 60-0 back at like 34 or whatever. It could have been 56 or it could have been whatever, but at least we got some payoff out of Jane basically just being fed opponents for 3 years with no programs or angles, and as Brian, as you've said, a separate women's division. Well, now is Statlander going to work with all of the girls, or is she just going to fight with Jane and Taya?
We shall see. Would you have done it like this if you were going to get the belt off Jade? And again, Jade's been presented well on TV. Jade has actually popped a number on TV. Would you do a surprise loss of the title after what was a clear angle setup post-match thing with Mark Sterling? It was ridiculous. Or would you have built up to something knowing that fans would think there's a likelihood that Statlander could beat Jade?
I would have done either one of those, but I wouldn't have done it on fucking pay-per-view. I would have done it on television where everybody would see it. They sell 150,000 pay-per-views if they're lucky. They get 850,000 people watching the show on Wednesday night. Why wouldn't you do that on TV? because it wasn't advertised. So it's not false advertising. You're not changing anything. Have Jane beat anybody. And then here comes, same thing, and here comes Statlander. Then the whole world gets to see it instead of these poor beleaguered pay-per-view fans.
Yeah, Statlander comes out there, one of the commentators yells like, "Where did she come from?" And I'm like, yeah, with her gear on and her music queued up. Where did she come from?
Well, her music was almost queued up.
Almost.
All right, well, it's time for the double main events of the evening. After we've already seen almost 3 hours on the pay-per-view, and from what you said, apparently another hour of shenanigans beforehand, of all this chaos, now the main events come up where you're supposed to see all the chaos. But don't worry, there's plenty more chaos. The four-way for the AEW World title was Sammy and Darby and Jungle Jackoff and MJF. And I thought the entrances did show everyone's personality, didn't they? Jungle Boy moped down the ramp like he didn't give a shit. I mean, seriously, he could be arrested for mopery in Memphis. He just wandered into the goddamn ring and waved. And then Sammy and his girl Ty Mello Conti come out and announce in the entrance of their match that with their poster boards that she's pregnant. Who gives a shit? She's the one that turned him heel in the first place because she has that incredible heat-getting bitch face. And now they're supposed to be a happy couple having a blessed event. She'll turn him heel again in 2 weeks if she hangs around him. People need to forget she's around if he's going to be a babyface.
Well, they'll have 9 months to forget about it now.
Well, hopefully, unless he keeps reminding us on the poster board. And then the Darby video. It comes up on a screen. They're in a Vegas wedding chapel with an Elvis impersonating preacher. And a guy in an MJF mask is going to get married, but where's the bride? Well, here comes Darby. Did I say Darby or
You said Darby?
Here comes Darby Allin. And I was thinking of Elvis and Darby. And he beats up the guy in the MJF mask and then tells Elvis that he's got to help him dispose of the body. And off they drag the body. And then Darby makes his entrance in the arena. And I wrote at this point, I don't want to see this match anymore after this. It's fucking silliness and stupidity and childishness and lackadaisical not give a fuckery amongst the three people that are supposed to be going for the world title. And then MJF's entrance was an extended instrumental music cut of his music with the somber, I don't know what all those instruments are. You've got a background in music. Are they oboes or violins or whatever the fuck they are? Fiddles.
You have a background in music. Are they oboes or...
Are they oboes?
Violins?
Maybe it's the mandolins or whatever. But anyway...
Perhaps the bassoon.
The bassoon came in and he descended on the throne in his outfit and his devil mask and then down the entranceway with women in costumes and devil masks bowing and reaching for him like Dracula's daughters. That was cool. At least somebody looks halfway serious about putting on a Vegas show. It didn't make him look like a fucking nerd. It didn't make him look like an idiot or like he didn't give a shit. It made him look like he wants everybody to think that he's the fucking king shit, which you should, because he's the fucking heel. And so it was kind of cool and Vegas-y, and the other three were goofy and or boring. And this was the match where I said, the analogy I had at the top of the review here, this looked like a 90s indie, maybe a Dennis Coralluzzo show, when an ex-WWF star that everybody knew who the fuck he was, and he was in shape, and he had professional gear, and he had a tan, and he knew how to carry himself, he would work a local show with three indie guys who would look and work like indie guys. And that's what this looked like. And they've got 3 baby faces and 1 heel, but the fans are cheering the heel because the people like MJF because at least he's over. And if they'd have got the other 2 out of the way and didn't have to clutter this thing up, Darby also did a wonderful fucking job and would have been over as well. But basically the whole thing was MJF laying out, at least at the start, while the other 3 would flip and tumble and roll and do their gymnastics, and then MJF would come in and do one thing and bring the house down. And by the way, they had dropped confetti, which was already ready to go when Statlander beat Jane. So they've still left it laying around on the ring. These guys are doing all those dives with all that fucking confetti out there. It's like, goddamn, why didn't they throw marbles out there too? Make it really dangerous. So, as I said, Larry Moe and Curly would do a half a dozen dives, and every once in a while MJF would get in and start to make it interesting, but then the other 3 would continue doing their fucking kids indie match with all the cool moves and reversals that they've dreamed up, in their basement. But I did every time that Darby was in there with MJF, it had oomph to it. And you could tell that, again, they missed an opportunity. Maybe they can get it back. But Darby and MJF together had oomph to it. And if it had time to develop, they could do something. But, again, and that's, I noticed Jim Ross was gone. And Tony was there. Where did fucking JR go for the main matches? Anyway, Darby and Jungle Jack disappeared, and then MJF offered Sammy money for his baby to lay down, and then gave the microphone to Sammy. This is during the match for the world title. And he gave the microphone to Sammy, and Sammy milked it, and then said he'd lay down and take the money, and he laid down, and MJF went for the cover, and Sammy small packaged him for a 2 count. Again, this is during the match. They all 4 got submission holds on each other in the middle of this was the first MJF match that I ever remember seeing where I was thinking, how much longer is this going to go? And then everybody gave everybody a Canadian destroyer. And then they did some more big bumps, and Sammy did a Spanish fly on Darby off the top rope onto MJF and Jungle Boy on the floor. And I wrote, at least there's no furniture. And I skipped ahead for the first time ever in an MJF match. And all 4 of them were on their knees trading chops. And then all 4 of them stood there and fake stagger sold and allowed each other to hit each other. And then I wrote, nothing is happening. And then all 3 of them gave MJF big moves. And then threw him out to the floor and started trying to beat each other up again. And I fast forwarded a couple minutes. MJF got his diamond ring, but Darby hit him with a skateboard in front of the referee because it's no disqualification. And he gave MJF a coffin drop, but Jungle Boy saved MJF. Now Darby and Jungle Boy were wrestling each other, and the other 2 were gone completely. And I said, fuck this. I went to the finish. Darby Allin went to coffin drop Jungle Boy, but MJF took the title belt and dropped it on top of Jungle Boy, and Darby landed on Jungle Boy and the belt. And then MJF grabbed Darby in a headlock takeover and pinned him 1, 2, 3. Brian, again, I'm just a poor small-town bird lawyer. I didn't do all of the advanced calculus in college on force and dynamics and gravity and things and such of that nature. But with the bumps that Darby Allin, that we've seen him take over and over and over again, would it really incapacitate him if he came from 15 feet in the air and landed back first on a belt on top of a human being, or would it do more damage to the guy that he landed on that was underneath the belt?
That's a very good question.
But regardless, 30 minutes of this. 30 minutes.
I can't add too much. I'm not a fan of multi-man matches. This was 4 people. If you're into those matches, I could see you liking some of the spots because they're the ones you would think they would do, the multiple man submissions and whatever it may be. MJF has to move past this onto something else. After that Jericho match, I'm now dreading the idea it'll be Adam Cole.
Certainly to God, it's going to be Darby because he fucked him. And the only reason that you would beat Darby in this match is if you were coming back with MJF and Darby in a single. Because otherwise you would have beat Jungle Boy, because who gives a fuck? If you're not going to switch the title, beat the guy that's of least use to you. Or you would have at least beat Sammy, because you couldn't bring Sammy and MJF back in a single match for the title on pay-per-view. Or in any kind of big situation. Darby, you can. So I'm holding out hope that we'll see a single match, which will be very good. But this wasn't. I'm sorry, go ahead and finish.
With Jungle Boy, I think, again, they should turn him heel. I think now's the time, and people will believe it. And with Sammy, came out in white. His wife's pregnant. Despite the fact they were heels, that's what this fan base is. She's pregnant, now they love them. Plus, they were presented as baby faces, just crazy young kids in love, trying to figure out their way around the business on that all-access show. So I think you could use that, too. You know that Sammy right now is working towards a young family. Someone could try to take him out between now and then, and you got something that people will care about.
The only way that I'll care about it is if they do one of those fucking Lifeline documentaries on it, Lifetime, Lifeline, whatever. And we find out that that Ty is the one who put a fucking hit out on him.
A hit? What?
Yeah. Ty arranges with a fucking hitman to put a hit out on fucking Sammy. And that way she can get the insurance. He takes out a big insurance policy because he's going to have a baby and start this big family, right? And then she finds out about the insurance policy and it takes out a hit on him. And the hitman shows up in the parking lot of a pay-per-view and fucking takes him out. And I'll get interested in that.
Well, you really are in a bad mood today.
Well, I'm about to get worse because it's time for Anarchy in the Arena, otherwise known as Assholes in the Asylum. Twinkle Toes, the Buckaroos, and Hangnail Page against Plumber Moxley, Claudio, Wheeler Useless, and poor Bryan Danielson. Once the greatest wrestler in the world, now forced to hold the chicken while the geek bites its head off in the county fair. And there's nothing worse than being a geek except being the fucking holder for the geek. Can you imagine how low that is to have to hold the chicken while the other guy has the high-paying job of biting its head off? Anyway, so the BBC had a band. I wonder what the music budget is on it. What about ASCAP and BMI? Are they all in on this?
I would assume whatever the publishing company is for Wild Thing, they're in on this.
Are they getting the memo on this? Hopefully this is not a fucking bootleg type of operation, but they had some kind of band play Wild Thing for the BBC, and the lead singer of the band was in blackface.
Now, this is after Max Caster brought up blackface.
Yes.
Earlier in the show. And this guy's looking right at the camera.
The only difference between this guy and Al Jolson was that this guy's lipstick was red rather than white. But otherwise, what was the meaning of this? And how did this escape anybody's attention that there's a fucking white guy out there in blackface? And everybody's just wandering around like it's goddamn normal. And like nobody's saying a goddamn thing about it any place else on anywhere else in this country. At any time of day or night. In any state, in any city, in any county, in any province. If somebody shows up in blackface, it makes the network news. This guy's out there in fucking blackface and everybody's just, oh, they're singing along to the song.
Hey, Tony wants to know where the band is. Oh, we're ready, but Jerry's putting on his blackface.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't go out there tonight, guys.
Was this a band that is heard of, or is this just friends of Moxley's?
That's actually the name of the band, Blackface.
You know, there used to be a Southern band called Blackfoot.
I do know that.
But unfortunately, that was also a Southern condition many people would have lived around the periphery of the swamp. So, but no, have these people ever been heard of by anybody, or are these friends of Moxley's? Because I would believe anything.
I don't know who the band is, to be honest with you, but everyone that I've talked to so far, including you now, has had the same reaction. As soon as this guy was shown on camera, it was, oh my God, he's in blackface.
And it wasn't like that there was a whole motif to their stage presentation that would somehow give context or make clear why this motherfucker's out there in fucking blackface. It wasn't like they weren't the Amos and Andy fucking trio or what. So anyway.
Max Sennett presents Wild Thing.
The fight started in the stands because the Elite went up to meet, because they couldn't come out. That's another thing. They got the band on the stage playing their entrance, but they couldn't come by and high-five their band because they had to come from the fucking top of the cheap seats. So they get in a fight all up in the stands, all 8 guys, and you can't see anything, and the cameras are trying to cut back and forth, and the band is still playing. And there's bad indie wrestling, quotation marks, everywhere going on. It's just the wet dream of any outlaw indie mud show wrestler to be on TV and do this shit that they all do. And then there's Claudio, poor Claudio, who has such talent. God damn it. And he's holding the corpse referee, that fucking Rick Knox, that desiccated fucking liver-looking piece of motherfucker. And he's done a blade job. It was only a pap smear, but still, the referee is bleeding. And I guarantee you, because he's a Mark, friend of the Buckaroos from, I guess he was the principal when they were in grade school, because he's got to be 60, right? But I guarantee you he went up to them and said, hey, can I bleed tonight too? It's going to be badass.
You remember it was months ago that we were talking about the fact that AEW, to their benefit, to their credit, didn't have ref bumps? And tonight on this show, we saw a ref bleed. We saw another ref take a guitar shot.
Mark Briscoe was bumped, a special referee.
I don't know what Sabu was, but he left.
But anyway, yes. So now the Mark referee is bleeding to fulfill some kind of fetish he's got about being in the wrestling business for real and bleeding and everything. So then Hangnail took his eye patch off that they've been milking. His eye is fine. It was a fucking rib all along. It was a way to sucker him in, think he was half blind, but they didn't use it in any way. He just got in the ring and took the patch off. Okay, I'm fine. And then they had an 8-way in the ring with chairs, and they were doing all of this violent stuff while at the same time somehow with their body language or their actual actions or whatever showing that they were not really serious about it and it was all fake at the same time. How do they do that?
I don't know.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, no. I watched this match. I watched this disaster of a match with the music playing all throughout the early portion of it. I watched this.
Well, and then the Buckaroos, to their credit, finally stopped the band by super kicking the singer.
I will say, though, one of the highlights of the match for me, because they do Wild Thing once, and you're like, okay, they're going to do it while the fight happens. Then they go into it the second time, and it's still going, and I don't remember Wild Thing being that long. But then there's a little bit of a pause, and then they go into it for the third time, and you almost hear the crowd react like, oh, like they were even happy that this is going to continue because it's so ridiculous now.
And again, I think at one point the band just said, fuck it, starting over. We're just going to wild thing. You make my heart say wild thing. You make my heart say wild thing. They're like record skipping. But then the singer got super kicked, and that brought that to an end. And then we noticed the plumber was bleeding. Plumber Moxley's bleeding. I don't know which that I'm more confused about at this point. Why would anyone want to watch this match, or why would anyone want to do it? Even if they were going to do a garbage match main event, they didn't protect it. Every other match tonight was the same thing. No rules, do whatever. So I was always taught, whatever you're doing, that's disrespectful to the main event if you do what the main event's going to do. In this case, it's everything, but they didn't even protect their own garbage wrestling. They let everybody else step on the main event guys, even if this is something that deserves to be stepped on, like a cockroach. And that, again, why? We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Is this the fantasy now that guys have? And we used to like to pretend to be big star wrestlers. But we didn't pretend to want to be big star wrestlers and fucking dive off ladders and put people through furniture and roll around in barbed wire. And it'd be cool if we stomped on thumbtacks. It's fucking stupid. How old are they? Fucking 8? When you're 15 years old, you want to work and be like Stone Cold Steve Austin or whoever the top guy was in your territory. And why ever have another show? Ever another wrestling show? What else is left to do? Claudio and little Maddie were out in the concession stand. Twinkle Toes and the plumber were taking bumps on a barbed wire wrapped poker chip that was 3 feet wide. Moxley stabbed Twinkle Toes time after time in the head with a fork, but there was no blood, Jerry. There was no blood. Not from Twinkle Toes. Just from Moxley, who bleeds when people fucking think bad thoughts about him. Tony Schiavone had a brilliant quote. It's hard to follow what's going on, you think? 15 minutes felt like an hour. Paige was bleeding. Nikki was bleeding. Claudio and Maddie were in a parking lot in the bed of a pickup truck. Moxley was licking Nikki's blood because that's badass. Somebody brought a leaf blower into the ring, but to hit people with, not even to blow in their face. I get because Moxley's a plumber, not a gardener. Then they got in the ring and did one thing after another, and then nothing happened. And then suddenly Maddie, who had been out in the pickup truck in the parking lot, comes back down to ringside, and they've gimmicked his boot. So he super kicks Moxley and his boot explodes in pyro. An exploding super kick. How would that have happened in any respect? He was just in the bed of a pickup truck in the parking lot. He stopped on the way back before he could help his friends in this desperate struggle to load his boot with nitroglycerin? What the
gunpowder.
Children that think, oh, well, this would be so cool. Wouldn't that be cool? Yes, it'd also be impossible to really happen in any way. What the fuck are you people doing?
When he gave the other 2 super kicks right away afterwards, was the pyro supposed to go off for those 2, or was it a one-time thing? Because he just kept super kicking right after he did that first one.
Well, I think he was super kicking with the other foot, because I think it was just a one-shot boot. But see, here's the thing. The fucking BBC didn't know that. They didn't know whether or not that his right boot was still loaded, so they took him down and took his boot off and his sock off and dropped him foot first into thumbtacks. And this stupid little fucking weasel legitimately had thumbtacks stuck in his foot. His bare foot, because he's an idiot. How were these people raised? Who convinced them as children that this was wrestling and what they were supposed to imitate if they wanted to be wrestlers? How did their parents fail them? That they both wanted to do this as kids and never grew out of it. It's more classy now to aspire to be a trailer park meth maker than a pro wrestler. So then they put tacks in Matt's mouth and Claudio hit him with an uppercut. And I wrote in letters that looks like they were clipped out of a ransom note, "Will not end." And finally, Twinkle Toes was about to give Useless the one-winged fairy when Don Fallis rolled into the ring. And Kenny turned, and of course, instead of the aha moment where he turns around and points at him and has fire in his eyes, and the heel begs off, and Kenny just turned around and stood there like a fucking mooch. Ah, you. And then, did you see the incredible choreography? I had to play it back 4 or 5 times this part. This is why it took me so long to watch this show. I got up early to get through the whole thing, but I had to run so many things back because I couldn't believe them. The choreography between Don Fallis and our friend Take a Shit. Did you catch it, or were you rolling your eyes by that point?
I mean, I knew what was happening as it was happening, but what are you talking about?
I'm talking about. So Don Fallis is standing there in the ring, and Kenny Olivier is looking at him, and the shit's about to go down. And what's supposed to happen, and I encourage everybody, go back and watch this if you don't believe me, on your DVRs or wherever you keep this pornography, in a closet locked up, hopefully away from the children. Take a Shit is supposed to roll in the ring from the floor and come from behind Don Fallis and hit Kenny with the big running, jumping knee and knock him goofy, right? Well, goddamn, as Don is begging back a little bit from Kenny, he looks over his right shoulder to see if Take is coming. And Take is coming. He's coming under the rope at that point. So instead of moving to his left and letting Take a Shit stand up and run and give Kenny this knee, Don moves to his right and gets right in front of Take a Shit, where Take a Shit bumps Don coming up, and Don stumbles and falls down and nearly trips Take a Shit, to where Take a Shit at the last minute saves this thing partially by jumping over Don Callis and hitting Kenny kind of sort of in the upper chest with his fucking knee, and Kenny takes a big ass bump. Don tripped him. He tripped his own man. He tripped his own man, Jerry. He got in the way and got bumped and then went down and fucking nearly flummoxed it. It would have been, if Take a Shit had fallen on his face at Kenny's feet, that would have been the funniest thing I've ever seen. As it was, he connected somewhat. Kenny took a big bump. The referee was staring at everything because it's no disqualification. And then Wheeler Useless comes in with a screwdriver and stabs Kenny in the head. No blood there. And pinned him 1, 2, 3 in 30 minutes of this. I couldn't delete it fast enough. The WWE needs to watch out. And I'm going to go on record as saying that right now. The WWE needs to watch out if AEW presents any more shows like this. Then the WWE is in trouble. Because you watch another one of these son of a bitches, you don't want to see any wrestling at all, ever. Your thoughts?
I thought this was awful. The camera work made it even better. Whenever they flashed from one fight scene to another in a different part of the arena, it became funnier and funnier to me. The music doesn't make it more badass. It makes it funny. It's funny. When they go into the second time, it's funny. People laughed when they went into the third time. I think when you look at the problems in AEW, and we've got a lot of feedback. A lot of people thought we were too nice in everything we've said about the success so far with Wembley. I was very shocked by the feedback. People thought we should have pointed out that WWF did however many thousand at Wembley when business was dead domestically. That WCW did great in Europe in the early 90s when they couldn't do anything domestically. So it's
that's nothing unusual. That's been the case for the past 35 years since Vince started the national or international expansion. They book more international stuff when business is down domestically because they haven't burnt the international markets out. They get very sparing amounts of shows, so they can always be depended on, and there's a built-up and pent-up demand where that does not exist in the United States, where they've been over-wrestled, especially this kind of wrestling. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I think when you look at the problems they're having with ticket sales, the problems they're having with not growing their audience, the problems they're now having with dead audiences. Remember the spirit and the energy around AEW 4 years ago and 3 years ago. Then the pandemic, people were excited to get AEW back. The TV's been bad. The booking's been really, really bad. There are more and more stories coming out about different wrestlers basically doing whatever program they want to do as long as Tony says okay. So we talk about they're needing booking help. At this point, they just need one person to be the booker. Just one. Not a committee, and then wrestlers get to do what they want anyway.
Well, yeah, even the TV matches, it looks like they just send them out there and say, okay, go out and have a match. You win. Got 10 minutes, and just figure it out.
But when you look at all the problems they're having right now and how dead everything feels, nothing has any spirit or energy. I don't care how happy Tony wants to appear in the media scrum and how great everything they want to say everything is here. When you look at the ticket sales and everything else, how do you not blame? I shouldn't even say blame, because again, there's a booker and there's an owner. But the Elite and the Blackpool Combat Club, this has been bad. This has been poorly booked. No one's as into it as the wrestlers that are in it.
That's a perfect statement.
And it's true. And I think AEW really better. They're in a dangerous point right now because I know they have great things happening. They're getting another 2 hours of TV that they're going to be paid for. They're going to go to Wembley and do $8 million at least and a big crowd that'll look great. But things don't appear like anything is going upwards. There's no upwards mobility domestically right now. Nothing feels hot. There's no one you really yearn to see or go out of your way to see. The people that you felt that way about, they find a way to beat that off you.
Or they hide them until you just lose interest.
You know, now we're going to have another show with a split roster. I have not seen anything that tells me these problems are not going to keep happening. We've been talking about it since the beginning, and people thought we were just haters. And then eventually everyone comes along and sees the way we saw it before they wanted to admit it. And I think you have a big problem in AEW right now. And it's a leadership problem, but it's a motivation. It's a fan motivation. But those fans sat there. There's a Vegas crowd. They sat there like it was New Japan. Like years ago, before there were like lots of spots to pop for.
No, they sat there like, are they kidding us? Seriously, because they just ran off and left them at the start, and there wasn't a way to... Every once in a while, like I said, they had a cool visual or something, but again, people popped more on spots than they did on people, on talent, on wanting somebody to win or to accomplish something. It's just, it's watching a loop of car wrecks, random car wrecks with people you don't know, in cars you've never owned.
Does anyone want to see any of these people again? The whole show, like no one comes out of this like, oh, I can't wait to see what they're going to do next. I mean, maybe Statlander? Very few people on this show. And, with this main event, Takeshita turns, as we expected. I heard Danielson during the media scrum, and this is part of the problem. And this is part of the being in the bubble and not being in reality and wanting something more than it should happen. But they were really putting over the idea they gave Wheeler Yuta the win in this match with all these different people that are AEW top stars.
Wait a minute, they said at the media scrum, yeah, we let Wheeler win?
Well, that's not the way they said it, but Danielson is taking a lot of pride in the fact that Wheeler Yuta got an opportunity like to get that win in that match, where more than likely he shouldn't have been the one. And there's nothing other than the fact that Moxley and Danielson want this guy around them. There's nothing that says he's ready for the next level, the next step. Fans aren't yelling for him. His work isn't spectacular, but they gave him the win in this match. They elevate the wrong people. They push the wrong people. They let the wrong people have input into their fucking stuff. Just everything there right now is not good.
That's a great way to get out of it.
All right. Well, that was AEW Double or Nothing. And at this point, we return to whatever else is on this drive-thru. Tally ho.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen.
God damn, I'm glad you're back. I may be out. That came out of nowhere.
The only wrestling show with saxophone.
Well, we got sax appeal, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'd rather have you as a bassoon. But sooner or later, we're going to have to talk about some more wrestling, I guess.
Well, let's get away from sax appeal. Let's get to raw appeal.
And by the way, we got to mention, for those of you listening to this program in a linear fashion, Benny Hinn still alive. Not looking as vibrant as he once did, but apparently still alive.
That's right.
That's all I got.
Well, let's go from still alive. Speaking of still alive, Monday Night Raw is still on the air.
That's all they got.
There was at least a segment or two that were interesting, and there was lots of other stuff on another fine, mediocre edition of Monday Night Raw.
And we won't, I don't think this will take long. There were just a couple of things, but it goes from a 4-hour car wreck in AEW to 3 hours of people talking to you in an insincere manner the following day on Raw. These things couldn't be too much farther apart. They're polar opposites. The yin and the yang, as they say. Which one do you think is yin and which one's yang?
Oh, I don't know. Which one out of the people in the first segment, or which one? I don't even know what the question is.
No, the question is AEW yang and WWE is yang, or vice which? Because if they're two completely opposite things, one of them's got to be the yingers and one of them's got to be the yangers.
I'm trying to think of some joke that would work in here, and there's nothing.
Well, then that's your fault,
works.
not mine. I served it up for you. You fucking whiffed it. So Raw on May 29th was...
Because you don't know how to pitch.
Well, hey, I tell you what. I was flipping by the channels the other day, as they say, and I saw the women's softball. And apparently it was a tournament of some kind. And that's the real good teams, and you ought to see them pitch. I don't care if they hit. I don't care if they run. I'm fascinated by them. They pitch underhanded to where it would goddamn kill you if it contacted you. Have you ever seen this?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I've hit it off it, yeah.
What? I refuse to believe you could hit one of these fucking hotshot women throwing that underhanded fucking cartwheel, and God, they look like they just throw their arm right out with it.
I've hit off fast pitch softball. I've not hit off one of these collegiate female athletes throwing it the way they do.
Well, goddamn, when I played softball with Mama Cornette out in the backyard, if I'd have thrown something at her like that, she'd have hit me with the bat.
You guys played softball, just two people?
Well, that's all we had. The dog couldn't do much for us.
You used the softball, though? Like an actual regulation-size softball?
Yeah.
She pitched it and you would hit it?
Or vice versa.
You pitched it to her and she hit?
Yeah, she was a better hitter than I was, but we had to can it on the baseball. The baseball was first, but I accidentally, one time, actually hit a good one, and it was a line drive right at her, and she hopped up like a whooping crane on one leg, and it went under her, and she started getting 5 feet farther back and went to a softball. But anyway, I digress. So speaking of softballs, Raw started with Seth Franklin Rollins, the new World Heavyweight Champion #3, coming to the ring through the people. And I'm thinking, okay, what must Plumber Moxley think sitting there watching this? Roman Reigns, his old stablemate, is the biggest star in wrestling.
I wish I had a pack of Twinkies.
Besides that, Roman Reigns is the
Doritos
biggest star in wrestling.
Besides that.
Doritos too, okay. Biggest star in wrestling. Seth Franklin Rollins doing his enter through the crowd gimmick. Even though it's the third world title, he's still a world champion in the biggest company. And there's the plumber cutting his head on indie shows and playing tough guy on cable. He's got to be
Basic cable.
And basic cable. You got that going for you.
Yeah.
So it's badass. With the singing and the "you deserve it" chant, so he deserves the number 3 world title in the company. And the slow-paced promo, it was about 10 minutes into the show, and AJ came out. And they go, okay, business, as they say, is about to pick up. And it turns out AJ came out to say congratulations to him, and they shook hands. So I'm thinking, well, this is the most non-confrontational opening Raw segment I've ever seen. But then here comes the Judgment Day, because now we're 15 minutes in to this segment, and they came out, and again, they have them come out and say, we run Raw, and pretty much every week, and each one of them gets a chance to say something, and we like everybody in the group. Even Finn grows on us. Priest is doing great. But basically, it's a challenge for a match later on. We couldn't have seen that coming on Monday Night Raw. And it was 20 minutes in by the time that it was over. And then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. There's the matter of the draft and that AJ's not supposed to be here.
That's what I was thinking.
But then they come back and Adam Pearce is on the phone saying, okay, yes, sir, yes, sir. And he okays the tag match for later, even though AJ's on SmackDown, he can be on Raw. And by yes, sir, one would think, because we've also heard reported it was a Vince McMahon call. So Vince called him and said, nah, put AJ on the show, and blew up their draft in 2 weeks. Or has it been 3 now?
I think it's been definitely more than 2, maybe a month.
No, it's been 3 weeks, because remember the new rosters took effect on May the 8th.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Good point.
So, all right.
You know, it's like I want to give Rollins a chance, and I can't because I hate him. And I don't hate him as a human being. I hate whatever the made-up character is that has no real definable traits. Like, he calls himself a visionary, and I'm like, what's the vision? What is the vision? I don't understand. In what way are you a visionary? So I don't dig Rollins, but I try to think like, okay, if I was a kid.
If he was a visionary, then he ought to beat everybody by seeing what kind of finishing move they're going to do ahead of time and moving out of the way of it.
And I watch this and I think, okay, well, I've seen this guy for a long time now. And I saw what he used to be. I saw what he was before WWE, in developmental, after developmental. And then when all else failed, he became this. So it's hard for me to give this a chance because it's ridiculous. It's a kid at home acting like what a wrestler would be if he could be a wrestler. And I don't like that. But I try to think, what do the fans who are just discovering it think? Do they think, because they've never seen Tyler Black or other versions of Seth Rollins, do they think, yeah, this wild and crazy guy is really cool? Like, I try to look at it from the other perspective, but to me, it's just so manufactured and lame.
That's what if you're looking for wild and crazy, old Juice Robinson may fit wild and crazy. This is kind of over the top and silly. And I'm a fan. He can still go in the ring. It's not like he's trying to do this to cover up that he's lost something or whatever. And I've always liked his work. And if he can say all these things, he could talk as a serious human being.
And when he gets serious in any of these things, whether it's the sit-down interview or even when he stuck his hand out to shake AJ's hand, I like that. I believe in that. But otherwise, it just becomes a guy who always had the in-ring, always had the potential. Outside of the Shield, to me, seemed to have a difficult time to really establish his personality so that people would invest in it. So then he just manufactured a completely fake personality to go out there and do this stuff.
He's a good-looking guy. He could just stand there and be handsome rather than silly. I don't know.
The Judgment Day stuff, because this is not the first week where we've seen a confrontation of sorts with the Judgment Day in like the opening segment, or typically it's the opening segment.
Yeah.
I enjoy them, and it doesn't sound like they're going away anytime soon. And they always know they can go to Dominic whenever they just want a big reaction. Because when they were saying, I may win the world title, or maybe this guy will win the world title. Oh, maybe Dum Dum. And the place just, the idea, the audacity of saying this guy's going to win the world title.
The gall of you. And that, again, love the Judgment Day, but this is a formula. And I know they're going to defend it by saying, well, we're structuring the story elements to have a flowing through the show and start it, and they'll know what the main event is. But just change up the way shit happens. Money in the Bank qualifier. It's almost that time again where people climb ladders to retrieve aluminum briefcases. And Ricochet beat The Miz. Surprise, surprise. That was about all I can say about that. Do you have any comments?
This was a fast-forward heavy show for me. I'm not watching them live anymore because I've learned my lesson. You just get so many commercials. And actually on this show, it felt like they had to jam a few in real quick to make up for that long opening segment. So with a lot of commercials early on. I knew this would be quick. I kind of thought I knew who would win. And I knew there were other things that were priorities for me with my time. I wanted to see what was going to happen with Cody. Wanted to see what was going to happen with Trish and Becky. If anything else grabs me while I'm fast forwarding, I'll stop. But otherwise, I kind of knew what I wanted to focus my time on.
We're moving along. And Trish, as you just mentioned, got an in-ring promo, and the crowd audio was jacked up practically until you could hear their heartbeats at the first of it. And then the whats started, and they brought it back down. And she brought out Zoe Stark, who was the young lady who interfered in the match with her and Becky at the big event over in Arabia. And she's from NXT. We haven't seen, her, that was her debut on the main roster, right? So we haven't seen her on a program yet. Interesting look. She's got no hair on one side of her head and only one sleeve on her jacket. So it had me off balance there for a little bit. But the problem is the people wanted her to. And Trish was being a catty, bitchy, kind of low-key heel, and she was delivering the material okay. But it's easy for the crowd, if they want to hijack that because she's soft-spoken and she's doing the material that she's prepared, and they're just whatting her. Well, with Zoe Stark, now she's the first time she's ever talked on live Monday Night Raw, and the people are whatting her, and she got lost and had to just stand there for a minute. She put the microphone down, and I jacked my audio up. I couldn't hear exactly what she said, but she asked Becky or Trish in some form, what the fuck do I do? And Trish said something, and she got back on the mic but at that point, here came Becky. And she wanted to restart their match with Trish from the big event. And so Becky dumped Zoe with 2 moves on the floor and then got on Trish, but Zoe came from behind and the heels got some heat. And Zoe tried to give Becky, I guess it's going to be her finish, but she gave it to her kind of and then fell down. And then Trish punched Becky in the face. And then they held her in the corner, and it looked like they were trying to figure out how to either unfold the T-shirt, put the T-shirt on Becky. Nobody was trying to help. There were no referees. There was no friends of Lynch involved. So they were just in the corner trying to, in an awkward way, put the Trish, thank you Trish shirt on Becky in some fashion. And finally they just set it on her chest. And that's what I got out of that. What'd you see?
There were moments that were all right. Like Trish, again, she's soft-spoken, so it's hard. No matter what she says, it's different than anyone out there on the mic in front of the live crowd yelling or raising their voice. She doesn't do that.
And I'm not saying that everybody should yell and she should be out there yelling and screaming, but the problem is when they ain't interested.
That's right.
It's easy to fucking get over you.
And obviously Zoe Stark got rattled because it was awkward, that moment where she just stands there and you're like, okay, what's happening? And then, things continue. It was as silent there for that second as it was for that Cole Jericho match. Becky is over still. She's still wearing her Kill Bill outfit. I want to give this a chance, but this kind of just, I don't know. Fell off and it didn't even fall off the rails. There were no rails. It was kind of there on the show. The fact that the fans didn't give a shit about it after everything was pretty telling, though.
And that, I loved the match, but and these people didn't particularly want to hear this, but also their verbalism is not their specialty.
You know what the other thing is?
These ladies make their money with their muscles, not their mouths.
The other thing is, too, that everyone operates under the assumption that the entire WWE fan base, newer fans and older fans, consider Trish Stratus at the level of I don't know, I'm trying to think of a returning great from that, like an Edge, I guess. Like that's level of star coming back to do things. I think in the past she was really good. There's been hits and misses so far since she's been back a limited time, but I've liked her heel stuff. But they don't treat her like one of the legends returning. They treat her just like another woman on the roster. And I think that's also, that's why I always think it's, I hate to say it, but it would be better for there to be a concentrated women's wrestling show by WWE one, just their women. And build that audience so that audience will react to the things they want to see, because I think it's been disappointing the reaction that Trish has gotten since she has returned.
And, that when we were saying a couple of years ago, well, could they bring back some of the female legends of the past? And I'm like, well, who can still go? And we mentioned Lita and Trish, and we kind of got stuck. And apparently they are too, because that's been the only two we've seen. Anyhow, the next tag team contest was old Jinder Mahal's guys, Veer McMahon and the other guy, Squeegee, what's his name? Well, they beat Frick and Frack.
Not Yin and Yang.
Not yin and Yang, but Frick and Frack. And I think Frick dropped the fall, but it could have been Frack. I'm not sure. So then, again, another in-ring promo, Owens and Zayn. And again, I have to call attention to this all the time, because if they're not going to take advantage of this, they're out of their minds. They sing along with Sammy's music, the crowd chants Sammy, and Kevin stands there. And you can kind of see him subtly reacting to it, but the thing is, knowing how pompous a windbag he is, I'm not sure whether he's really reacting to it for a shoot and he's not supposed to, or whether they're supposed to be showing that part of the story yet. But again, they get in the ring and Sammy did the talking and Owen stood there and made kind of faces, right? It looks like he's either a brilliant actor or he's really pissed, because that looks like him when he doesn't like the fucking creative. So anyway, Imperium suddenly come out, but the Stooges talk and not Gunther. And I wish if Gunther, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. They're having Gunther come out there to give his Stooges some more credibility or gravitas or whatever, but then he gets involved in the shit that they get into that's not going to make them look that good. And so anyway, they're talking to Owens and Zayn when suddenly here comes Shoosh Boy and Fat Otis with Model Girl. And I wrote, good God. So they set up a tag team match out of all this with Gunther Stooges against Shoosh and Otis, with Owens and Zayn at color at ringside. So both of these were heel teams. And it's, they actually had a 6-minute match with no break. And it was this one. Imperium wins, thank God. But that fucking Gable, just as soon as you hear Shoosh, you want to change the channel.
I was already riding fast forward on this show, and when I got to this, I kept going. I think it's important because I've gotten sick of Owens and Zayn. I mean, mostly Owens' comedy stuff and Zayn just becoming the pacifist. They got to do something. But I'm riding fast forward, and then I see Imperium come out, and the two guys are talking, and I'm on 4 times speed. So that was my point. I could have stopped.
Wait a minute. You've got 4. I've only got 3 times. You prick.
I could do 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, and lightning.
God damn you. I can do half a time, I guess. It's like just a little bit quicker. 1 time, 2 times, and 3 times. That's all I got.
Fucking Spectrum. I'm so sorry, man.
Fucking assholes. I'd like to be able to fast forward AEW sometime so much that the friction sets my TV on fire.
Well, I was fast forwarding and I was on 4 times speed. So when I pressed play, right when Imperium was coming out, I said, okay, something's happening.
Yeah.
Let me rewind it and check it out. But because it was going so fast, it went
Your
a little
skid mark went into Shoosh Boy.
I saw Shoosh Boy, then I just hit the fast forward again. I was like, fuck this. I'm not watching this shit. So I didn't see this. And quite frankly, there is almost an entire hour of this show that was skippable because that's what hit me here.
What do you mean almost an entire hour? I'm fixing to get some more skippable shit.
Well, it was like an hour straight where you didn't have to stop. There were a lot of commercials and nothing important and no important people.
Well, see, I jot things down, so I stop it every now and then. The women's tag team title was decided in a 4-way with Raquel and Shotzi versus Bayley and Io versus Cruella and Chelsea versus Ronda and Shayna. And Ronda and Shayna won. Dolph Ziggler wrestled J.D. McDonough. And I know many of you are saying, who? And he's been on NXT. They brought him up. Why do they treat Dolph Ziggler this way? What an athlete. What a good-looking kid. He's in great shape. His work is tremendous. He can get guys over, or he can call attention to himself. They've just beaten him like a fucking drum for years and years now. But J.D. McDonough, announced at 190 pounds, looks 175, and he's 14 years old. And he tried something within the first 30 seconds of this match that basically almost broke Dolph Ziggler's neck. He suplexed him over. I'm trying to explain what he did. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. But he grabbed Dolph Ziggler's hand and jerked Dolph off the mat into his grasp in like a bear hug. And before Dolph even had his feet under him, McDonough just lurched backwards like he was trying to legitimately belly-to-belly Dolph over his head straight onto his fucking top of his head and break his neck. That's the only reason why you would ever do something like this. And Dolph turned in the nick of time and fell in a heap. And then he took him to the floor, McDonough did, and ran him into the desk and ran him into the stairs. And it looked like Dolph Ziggler, a former champion-level WWE athlete, was being beaten up by an overgrown middle schooler. And with making mean faces. And they went to a double count out. It was a double count out. And then McDonough kneels on Dolph's head on the stairs, and Dolph is selling, screaming, oh, the pain, it hurts. And there's nothing to sell. Nothing to sell, Jerry. Because he wasn't doing anything. They're going to try to sell this fucking Muppet-looking motherfucker as a psychopath? Did you see any of this?
I didn't, and I now will go back and check it out because I saw him last week and they teased something with him and Finn Balor. And I remember reading about how they booked him in NXT more than I ever saw any of it. But I hate to say it, I agree with every single thing you said about Dolph Ziggler, and that's why I keep fast forwarding, because I know what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you, this guy and the people were sitting there playing pocket pool. Like, what the fuck are we looking at here? This fucking, kid with making mean faces. We're supposed to treat it like it's goddamn, he's a psychotic on the loose. This is Kane. Kane's on a rampage. So, folks, we were 10 o'clock Eastern, 2 hours into the program with everything I've just said. And here came Cody. Brian Last, have you ever seen an individual that looks more well-dressed in a suit and a sling than Cody Rhodes?
Minus the necktie, he looked fine, yes.
I'm telling
Not the necktie, the neck tattoo, excuse me.
The neck tattoo, not the necktie. I thought you were commenting on his color choice on his tie.
Well, he likes to dress rather flamboyantly. I think it's too much for me.
Well, no, Barnett dressed flamboyantly. Cody is stylish.
Cody gets his suits from Hong Kong.
Well,
he goes every December.
Barnett got his suits from Hung Low. So anyway, the reason, what are you over there snickering for? The reason why that Cody, as he explains it,
AKA Lonnie.
Hey, come on now.
Excuse, AKA Gary Juster.
Gary was just the cleanup man. But the reason that Cody, as he tells the story, did not tap out to Brock Lesnar is because he doesn't want to be that guy. And he explains, he's like, Brock, are you satisfied now? It's 1-1. And this is an open challenge. I'll tell Brock where I'm going to be, and he can show up anytime. Because if he wants to have the rubber match and settle this, because, yeah, he beat me and I beat him. But he wasn't going to give up because he's not good at it. Basically, I could hear Dusty in my head saying, I will not give you the damn satisfaction, Ole Anderson. He's not going to give Brock the satisfaction of giving up. And here's the thing, that the only thing for continuity's sake that I had a problem with this, he's rattling off all the cities he's going to be in. I'll be anywhere. You can come and show up anytime. His arm is still broken. I know he was allowed to have the big match with Brock Lesnar in Saudi Arabia, but is he also medically cleared to work in Wilkes-Barre?
Apparently, once you're cleared, your clearance continues no matter what happens to you from that point on.
Well, clearance rolls on then. But he did a good promo, and again, I think it's noticeable that Cody gets the chance to come out and do these promos and make his point and leave without being attacked or without being interrupted or without being counterpointed. And that doesn't happen, or at least hadn't been recent years all that often. And that's what a top babyface needs. You need to leave with the point in their head that you wanted them to leave with instead of all this other ha-ha. And he does that. And again, he cranked into another Dusty, just more well-spoken with more syllables in the words. But Brock was beast enough to break his arm, but not man enough to make him tap out. And if Brock Lesnar doesn't accept my challenge, he is afraid of Cody Rhodes. And I could hear Dusty, and you are afraid of Dusty Rhodes. Another Dusty. Excellent. That was a segment. Your thoughts?
Great promo. Cody feels like a star, comes out there, seems like a bigger star than most people on the show. Good promo. I mean, Cody's the one thing they're doing right. Other than the fact he didn't get the title at WrestleMania, the Brock feud, if you can get past that, the Brock feud has been all right. Got to see what the third match will be. Well, what do you think the third match will be now?
Well, they've already gone through, the first match was a match, but then the second match was a fight, but of nebulous.
He didn't give up. There was
particular stipulations.
Cody never said, I give up. He never tapped out.
But I have it calls for an I quit match, or as Vince likes to say, a submission match, but it calls for an I quit match, but I can't envision Brock ever saying the words or actually tapping. So if they have something, but see, then if it's creative rather than flat out he tapped or he said I quit, then it's not decisive. And Cody's the third match, Cody's win needs to be decisive. So the stipulations will have to reflect that, and at the same time salvage Brock's aura. Does that make any sense?
Makes perfect sense. It's going to be intriguing. I mean, this is what you want from wrestling. There has to be a third match. We think we know who's going to win. We don't know how they're going to get there and what they're going to do.
If they could just put a whole card around that, it'd be lovely.
Yes, it would.
And then to finish up Raw, the Money in the Bank qualifier, the second one, was Shaky Nakamura against Bronson Reed. And I thought to myself, I even jotted down, Shaky is the shits, we know that, but Bronson Reed is a young Crusher Blackwell. I'm going to watch this. And I noted Bronson Reed having to do Nakamura's stuff made this match kind of suck, and it was way more competitive than it should have been as I was getting into it. But I thought, well, at least, they're using some kind of name to put Reed over. And then I saw the finish, and I wrote, my God, they beat Reed with this fucking guy? And that's what they did. They beat Bronson Reed with this fucking guy. He looks like the grandfather of a villain in a fucking Golden Harvest kung fu movie. Not even one of the fucking top heels that's going to come out and fight somebody. Just one of the crowd periphery players. Are you as mad as I am, or did you give a shit?
I fast forwarded, and I hate to say I did that because I've always liked Nakamura, at least before he came to the main roster. And Bronson Reed is intriguing, but we saw the Cody promo. We knew what the main event match was. Unfortunately, there's certain parts of the show that if you know the show, it's like the filler segments. And it felt like that. And I wanted to get through with this show. I was kind of ready.
Well, and here we are, the main event. AJ Styles and Seth Franklin Rollins against Damian Priest and Finn Balor. And again, everybody's a fine worker. They're all professional. They're all in shape. It was a good tag team match. It's kind of like the WWE malaise of it all seems the same. It seems clean. I mean, they're taking big bumps and they're working hard, but there's no hatred. There's no grit. There's no animosity. There's movement taking place and everyone's professional. And then they'll give it a little twist and turn. The referee kicked Rhea and Dominic out of ringside. And then they'll have a snazzy little finish that'll, get you up for a second, where Priest gave AJ the razor's edge and covered him. But as he was covering him, Seth came and hit the curb stomp on Priest, who was on top of AJ. And then got the tag from AJ, who rolled over and tagged him. And then he fucking jumped in and hit it again, 1, 2, 3. And it was over, and they celebrate. So again, you have one show that's nonstop mayhem and carnage and nonsensicalness. The work doesn't look good or professional. The show doesn't really make any sense. It's way past overly gimmicked. And then you come over here and they'll talk you to death. Everybody gets in the ring is mostly professional, except for the greenhorns they bring up every so often. And they'll give you a match or two with some moves, and then that's over. And it's almost the opposite. It's like this is something to put on when you want to go to sleep and have background action going on. Instead of the cooking channel, put this on. It's the same amount of bumps, practically.
Yep, I can't disagree. I mean, I said before how they begin so many shows with the Judgment Day. It's always setting up this at the end. A match with these guys, and they're good. I really like Damian Priest a lot.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, despite the fact that I like him a lot, despite the fact I can acknowledge that Finn Balor will be good in the match, nothing pulled me into it. It was just, I know you need to do show-long stuff on top of just the weeks-long things and the month-long things. But you also have to make it compelling and people want to see it. It's just you set it up the same way every week, and then you get a variation of the same kind of match every week for the main event.
Everybody's so timid. And even the people that come out and try to talk mean are timid about it. And they're saying things that people have told them to say, or they're telling a story that's been manufactured for no good reason otherwise than to get into the match that we got to have at the, end of the program because we were going to try to keep people for ratings. It's all being just done and put out there. You believed that Steve Austin was trying to fucking find people and beat the fuck out of them. Or you believed that when some fucking badass of years ago got in the ring and started tearing into somebody that they were fighting for their fucking life. There was some emotion to it. The promos, they didn't just stand there and talk to each other with nobody even in the middle. It's like if you're feeling froggy, jump. There ain't nothing in between us but air and opportunity. Why do we have to do this 10 minutes of smart aleck prepared material? It's a show. It's a performance. They've lost the ability to fucking hook people into what they're doing as real people or as workers because of the way that the whole thing's presented. In AEW, they're hooking some people in, but it doesn't make any sense and it never goes anywhere. And but there you have it. That was Raw. It certainly was.
It certainly was, and perhaps something happens to you, Raw, and you want to sue. That was an awful perhaps you're a lawyer and you hate the transition and you want to sue us.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If something happens to you, Raw, and you want to sue, and the test comes back positive, ladies and gentlemen, I know exactly who you can call.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll sue the rest.
Yes, folks, in today's world, in today's environment, you've got to be legally protected. You never know when somebody that you've done business with for years will just up and try to fuck you around. Or you never know when somebody will go in raw against your previous instructions. And I'll tell you what, there is nobody in the United States of America today that will wrap you up in a full-body condom of legal protection like this man. Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. He is the man with the plan, or the plan B. He's always got a backup plan. You never know, but one way or another, Stephen P. New will keep you legally protected and prevent you from procreating further problems in jurisprudence because he'll settle these matters. He'll nip it in the bud. So right there you go, folks, without any hesitation or fear of second-guessing yourself, immediately dial 888-692-8084. If you don't have a dial phone, then you can press the buttons, or just log on, as they say, to newlawoffice.com and get all the information about how Stephen P. New can protect you from the ravages of legally transmitted diseases.
That's right. Stephen P. New. Sorry, I was distracted.
Has anybody checked your reflexes lately? Have they hit you on that with the little rubber hammer on any of the points of your bones?
Not recently, no. I was just reading. I got distracted. Someone sent me a list of the things that the AEW video game has, the post-launch downloadable content, including the AEW Fight Forever Matt Hardy pack. Features two of Matt Hardy's many Matt Hardys. Matt Hardy and Broken Matt Hardy. There's the Fight Forever pack, FTR, which is, FTR Revival pack, that's cute, featuring FTR plus mini games like Death Race X and Join Us. There's also
wait a minute. So they couldn't put the best tag team in the company in the actual video game. You can download this for, I assume, an additional charge after the game is released, but also a racing game. Are FTR, are they race car drivers now?
Well, remember when they first showed up, they were in a truck.
Oh, God.
The AEW Fight Forever Limitless Bunny Bundle.
What?
which features the wrestlers The Bunny and Keith Lee, plus mini games like MJF Car Thrash, and whatever it's Sloth Sling. I thought it was Sloth Sting. I was like, what the fuck is Sloth Sting?
Sloth Sling? Well, what is Sloth Sling?
I don't know, probably something with Orange Cassidy, I would guess.
And what did they just determine, wait a minute, nobody's going to pay for Keith Lee, so if we put him in with the Bunny, maybe somebody will download him? What's the Bunny have to do with Keith Lee or vice versa?
There's also the Fight Forever Hookhausen Very Handsome, Very Evil pack, which features the AEW wrestlers Hook and Danhausen. The game will be available on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. The Elite Edition will cost $79.99 and will also give you 24-hour early access. For anyone really excited, you can't wait.
So, how many of these things you think they're going to sell?
I don't know. I think it all depends on how much fun it is to play. Because a lot of people shit all over the graphics, and that will certainly turn off a lot of people. If the game comes out, to me, it's not even about wrestling fans. It's about the general public. If the game comes out and word goes around that it's a fun game, it'll sell. Well, it may sell. There's no guarantees.
Well, okay, but let's say everybody, that's the Elite Edition with all the bells and whistles and the early access. What's the price on the game?
I don't know. I want to say it's more than likely either $59 or $69.99, but let me find out for sure.
Well, let's say it's $60, just as a round number. If everybody that watches the television show on Wednesday night buys one, and let's say that's 900,000 people, which they haven't averaged as a whole lately, but for round numbers, that would be 9 times 6, $54 million, right? But people were saying that that's gross. And what cut goes to the stores, or what cut goes to the mail order, what cut goes to Amazon? People were saying that they'd already spent tens of millions of dollars on it. How many of these things are they going to have to sell before they actually break even on the money they've spent? Because I don't know anything about the economics of this world.
Right, and neither do I. Even though I play video games, I've never really studied the business past things I care about historically, like Nintendo versus Sega or whatever.
But it's not like out of each video game, AEW gets the entire $60. They had to make it. They had to send it. It had to be shipped somewhere. The stores take cuts. There, blah blah blah. So
I have an article here. Let me just get it. This is from 2019. So again, things may be different now. See if there's anything else. At a Game Lab panel last week, Paradox Interactive's Frederick Wester spoke on a largely unchanged revenue model, the 70-30 split. Developers keep 70% of a game's revenue.
What?
Developers keep 70% of a game's revenue, and the platform holders, Valve, Microsoft, Sony, Apple, Nintendo, and others, keep the remaining 30%.
Well, now, who's the developer in this case?
The developer would be, what's the name of the company that AEW is doing a video game with?
Well, yeah, whatever that. I'm saying the AEW is not the developer, so they get 30% of their own fucking game?
No. 30% goes to the platform. 70% goes to the developer. The developer may divide that 70% different ways. That's where I would assume AEW's money comes from.
What the hell is the platform?
The platform would be if you want to play the game on PlayStation, or you want to play the game on Nintendo. If you buy it from their store, or, it's a disc for their device.
Oh, good Lord.
So
none of this shit fits the other stuff. You got to get different formats of shit, like VHS and beta for PlayStation and whatever the fuck else it is.
However, with the rise of digital sales and the Epic Game Store's more favorable 88-12 split, Wester believes the 70-30 is outdated. Warner Brothers established a 70-30 split in the 70s as a precedent back when they released films on VHS and when video games were very much in their infancy. So this is an old model.
But the point is, the AEW's money for the game comes out of whoever's getting the 70% or whoever might be getting the 88%, but theirs comes out of that. So they're taking a percentage of a percentage. So my question is, how many of these son of a bitches do they have to sell to make money on the thing? We were hearing they spent $30 or $40 million or whatever the figure was at some point last year.
I have an article here. This is from GameRant.com. For every $60 video game sale, we can estimate that roughly 27 of those dollars go to the publisher, 15 go to the retailer, $7 go to returns, and the platform gets the remaining $4. Returns and the platform, and the remaining $4 goes to distribution and cost of goods.
So again, who is AEW in that exchange?
That's the thing. If the game sold $60 million worth of games, how much of that money would be? If AEW is only getting we presume, and again, it's based off this loose math off here, if they're getting a cut of the 70% that the developer gets, obviously it's a far smaller number they get.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So how many of these things, somebody out there in the cult of Cornette, figure out how many of these things they got to sell to break even on this deal? Because it sounds to me like there's a lot of fingers in that pie.
Well, speaking of fingers in the pie, Jim, before we get out of here this week, let's get you some audio from the Double or Nothing media scrum.
Oh boy, they're scrumming again, eh?
They're scrumming. A lot of people were talking about MJF. I also want to play you some stuff from Bryan Danielson I think that you would find interesting. Orange Cassidy spoke. No one cares about that. Toni Storm spoke. I actually found her really good as a heel on this, if anyone wants to check that out. Also, Chris Statlander, and it was very nice to see how emotional she is about not just winning the title, but the fact that fans have actually wanted to see her for a while. So that's very nice to see, but let's hear the beginning here with Toni.
Hope everyone had a good time at the show. Hey, Mandy and John, you guys can feel free to start calling out people for questions, but I'll stay and try to get as many answers as I can for people who travel. I really appreciate everyone being here. It's very awesome being back in Vegas where we started everything 4 years ago, the 5th Double or Nothing. Thought we started out hot and ended. Oh no.
Started out hot and ended, oh no.
Let's talk about it. Well, he's telling the truth, isn't he?
Yep. I assume MJF is walking in.
Match of all time. Check. Best Iron Man match of all time. Fucking check. Jesus Christ, I thought Jay White had trouble with this fucking thing.
He's trying to put his belt on the display.
Could be because of the wrist. Best fucking 4-way match. Fucking triple check. But people are still gay. They can't help themselves. I mean, I get it. Who the fuck wants to look in the mirror and go, yeah, there's a 27-year-old child who's the best professional wrestler in the world when I've accomplished close to nothing in my fucking life. So I get why AEW fans are so fucking hot. I get it, Tony. I really do. But I don't fucking feel bad for you. It's not my fault. I was just born to do this. Am I supposed to apologize for that, Tony Khan? I don't think so. That was a fucking rhetorical question. What I would like is non-rhetorical questions. That's what I would love. Also, anybody see what I beat Darby Allin with for a second time? Can somebody remind me real quick in the room? What was the maneuver? Oh, that's right. I beat Darby Allin twice with a fucking headlock takeover. Holy shit. That's embarrassing. You know, it's funny. It's getting to the point where I feel like me beating my competition with a headlock takeover kind of sums up my competition in general in this company. You're running out of motherfuckers to get that belt off. And it's getting fucking sad. Questions?
Well, there's the opening from MJF with Tony Khan.
He's great. He's great because he's animated. He has inflection. He's a smart ass. He takes control of his time and the room and etc. And I especially love it when Tony's having to sit there next to him and just nod and not know what's coming next and have to be in a position of just nodding and taking the browbeating.
And again, because a lot of the videos have gone viral, Tony's reactions are kind of out there to some of the things MJF said in the past, obviously the CM Punk press scrum. You can never tell how much of it.
Tony's reactions are out there, all right.
Well, you can never tell how much of it. Do you think he's working any of it? Does he realize that he can use his weird reactions so that like a heel could be out there and say something?
But I think he's one of these people that only has weird reactions because he doesn't know that his reactions are weird. If he tried to do it, it wouldn't be the same.
Well, let's hear this first question. We're going to bounce around a little bit, but let's check out whatever this first question is.
Righteous Reg, Drive-Thru Podcast,
Yeah, I know
Pro
you.
Wrestling Illustrated.
Now I work with your friend, unfortunately. He's kind of a piece of shit. You can laugh.
He's talking about Will Washington, who was hired from Fightful and that podcast, I believe, to go work there.
Good old Will.
Off a rip. Max, come on. I thought he was nice. Yeah, okay. Righteous Reg, PW.
All right, let me just say we may be a little tighter with how we clip some of these questions going forward, but let's go to this.
UI, Rhapsody Podcast.
You know,
Max.
Why do you have to do that every time?
I mean, because I have to let him know, Max.
Whatever.
You're the AEW World Champion, Max.
Yeah, no shit. Triple B.
But
yeah,
you weren't the last match of the show.
You're right.
Does that hurt you? Does that make you upset?
No. Why the fuck would I want to roll around in John Moxley's blood?
Ha!
I'm fucking good on that, okay? No thanks. Also, realistically, whether it's this company or WWE, I think the world title having to go on last kind of is dead in wrestling. And also now, how many pay-per-views has the world title not going on last in this company?
Well, Double or Nothing, several times that you were actually in the Stadium Stampede that went on
that's true. That's
after the world title at Double or Nothing 2021, and also in 2020, John Moxley versus Brody Lee. So, you know, at Double or Nothing, actually 3 out of the 5 years we've ended it with a wild multi-person match like this. And to have the world champion out there in a great match, I thought it certainly there was a precedent for it, but the match itself was unprecedented. It was a great match.
But yeah, I'd rather not run around in all that fucking mid-blood. Like, can we get real quick? That's fucking disgusting. Wheeler Yuta was in that match. You think I want to roll around in Wheeler Yuta blood?
He was the only person who didn't bleed tonight, I think.
Did he not bleed?
He was the only one, I think.
Wow. Congrats. All right. Next.
Let's stop it there for a second.
Let me say that here's one of the things here is we talk about how it's a rib press conference. This is not even being done for business. It's being done because Tony likes it. And it does nothing for these websites are already going to cover this show ad infinitum and give them all the press they want. But if you notice the guy that was asked a question, whatever his fucking name is, he's got a gimmick name. He was performing when asked his question, calling MJF Max and, you know, trying to needle him with his question like he's one of the boys or they're doing a promo together. It's a chance and, you know, when somebody's a fan, that's great. When they cross over into fucking obsessive markdom, that's one thing. But this is a chance for fan websites about wrestling to be treated like journalists and come in and sit there at 2:00 in the morning and let Tony have this fantasy of doing his real press conference for a gimmick sport. And I mean, the reason I say it's not even being done for business, it's being done for Tony. We used to do worked press conferences all the time where an angle would take place at it and you'd shoot it and put it on television. This is on the internet after the fucking pay-per-view. They've already bought it if they're going to buy it. And the guy's rambling on with Tony sitting there smiling and beaming at 2:00 in the morning is not going to sell that many replays. If they're going to hear about it, it's great and they're going to get it or they're not. But this is just Tony having more of his fantasy world come to life. I'm sorry, but it just that hit me.
No, I think it's important to actually talk about that though, because you know people ask us at the Wrestling News, how come we're not involved in these? And we cover if anything happens in them, but we've actually been denied in the past.
You've been deleted, denied.
You know, anyone listening to that show, tell me anything in professional wrestling that's as impartial as the Wrestling News Daily Wrestling Newscast. We were denied for one of them. They told us they had too many people, and then we saw photos of an empty room. And then we have tried to get questions, serious questions, on any of the calls. The problem is they don't want to get serious questions. Brandon Thurston was in this media scrum later on. I feel bad for him because he actually is treating this seriously, serious question, and he has people there. I'm not even going to focus on Righteous Reg. The one that gets me, because I don't even know what it is, and it sounds ridiculous, but of all the media outlets, WrestleJoy, whatever the fuck that is, they keep getting in on these. We talked in the past. Yenta Bixenspan has been on the media calls.
But wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Brian Solomon, a published author of well thought of biographies of wrestling greats and a responsible adult male journalist who's going to ask not annoying or obnoxious or harassing questions, but legitimate questions about certain aspects of AEW's business and not going to applaud the boys just because they walk in the room, he can't get a spot?
Brian Solomon couldn't get a spot, I believe, on at least a couple of calls. Lou Kippelman has tried. They've turned him down too. And
No
again,
spot for Kippelman.
But again, it's not to say that you have to go to my team. That's not what it's about, because we can cover it the same way anyway, and it's not like we're going to get any answers to any hard-hitting questions from these fucking people. But when you have this thing, and you have people who are actual, like Brandon Thurston, I consider an actual wrestling journalist because of the work he does looking at the finances of wrestling. He's doing real work. He's treating it seriously. And next to him is WrestleJoy, and this person has a gimmick.
And Right Said Fred.
There's another one coming up here in a second. These people get in that room and they compliment the wrestlers. That was my favorite match or my favorite of all time. These things that, why the hell are you saying this? If you can't ask a question without buttering the person up, do something else. But this is what Tony wants. This is what Tony wants. So the people that are in there are the people that Tony and his team have chosen to be in there for one reason or another. Like I said, Yenta Bixenspan, when he wasn't writing for anyone, was on some of those early. In fact, someone should go look back at this. He was the first person, I believe, that asked a Colt Cabana-related question, funny enough considering who was paying him, to CM Punk during like the first CM Punk media call. All of a sudden, there was a question about people you don't get along with. So, I mean, it was coming from even then. But that's the thing. They don't want real people asking real hard-hitting questions.
But they have to keep Yenta on the phone calls rather than the in-persons because he keeps drooling on the rest of the journalists.
But the point is, they don't want real people in there asking real questions. They want this. They want the little show of guys being able to go in there and stay in character and deliver some stuff. Maybe you get something for real every now and then, but this is like the WWE media scrums after their pay-per-views, which are ridiculous. It's just the production values aren't as high.
Well, that's what we used to do press conferences where you would put people in the audience because the goddamn Boston Globe wouldn't come down to do your deal unless it was WrestleMania. But you'd put gimmick people in the audience to ask legitimate sounding questions, and then you'd do an angle at the press conference and put it on TV to lead to the big show. Afterwards, you're just jacking off and keeping the boys up late.
Well, let's go back to this media scrum. Here's MJF.
But I posted something on the dirty social media, and I said what I wish people would learn is wrestling fans are bloodthirsty, disgusting marks that don't care about our well-being, right? Nobody gives a fuck that my forearm's fucked. You don't care. You were just fucking amped that you saw me fucking dump Darby Allin on his head. Granted, so was fucking I. But still, you don't give a fuck about us. You pretend you do, but you don't give a fuck about us. You care about us just as much as, I don't know, the fucking leader of the Romans cared about his fucking gladiators. You don't give a shit. So what I wish young guys would understand and learn is you get way more out of being a charismatic phenom than you do out of fucking risking your life trying to do a maneuver that, quite frankly, might not win you the match. Now, for me, every single thing that I do in professional wrestling is very meticulous because every single thing I do is to try to win. I'm not trying to waste my fucking time out there. Now, I will do some things to prove a fucking point, like a fucking headlock takeover, but I digress. Stop being fucking idiots. These people don't pay your salaries. Grow up. Next question.
Now, again, there's a line between what's real and what isn't with these things, but MJF looked right at the main camera when he was delivering these lines. What do you think about what he's saying there? I mean, again, not everyone can be a charismatic phenom It's easy to say that when it comes easily to you, but for all the other young guys in AEW and on the indies who are doing the same wild flips that everyone else does, what do you get out of what MJF just said?
Well, I mean, it's like the old wrestling explanation. For those who believe, no explanation is necessary. For those who don't, none will do. You can't convince some of these people what is going on, but other ones will take it on board. The thing is, if it is true, you can't just decide to be talented like MJF is. You can decide to be a gymnast or to do hardcore shit or all the other stupid shit that the interchangeable nameless indie guys do, but you can't choose to be a talented, charismatic guy. So a lot of them are going to say, well, fuck, it's easy for you to say. But that's why there needs to be more control from the office side of the business. If some of the boys will take that advice he gave them on board, he's doing a great job because he's being a heel, not only to a certain segment of the AEW audience base, but also he's telling some of the guys he probably has to put up with, hey, wake up. But that's the thing, is the office needs to be the one to be responsible to say, hey, we're not going to reward guys doing stupid, reckless shit. We're going to reward the people with our booking and with our putting fucking, who we put on top. That's how we're going to show what kind of talent we're looking for, what kind of workers we're looking for. It's not just if one of the boys that's the world champion says, well, do it my way and you'll be world champion, they can't do it his way because they're not good enough. But the office can restrict what kind of foolishness they put on their show or that they push or they put on their program.
Well, here's more from MJF.
Hi, Xenia from Xenia to That.
I know you.
So we recently saw a lot of open challenges. Orange Cassidy issued an open challenge before the pay-per-view. We've been seeing the House of Black open challenges. How do you feel about that? Would you issue an open challenge?
It feels like work fucking smarter, not dumber. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Why the fuck? Dude, again, let's talk about bad takes. MJF needs to wrestle more. Every time I wrestle, first of all, it's a fucking classic. So I don't have a point to fucking prove. I wrestle when I literally have to. I don't get paid by the fucking hour. Do I get paid by the fucking hour?
No.
Nope. I get paid by a winner's motherfucking purse. Right? But when you're the world champion, that winner's purse is fucking fat, dude. So I don't have to wrestle all the fucking time. So let that Mark Orange Cassidy wrestle every single fucking week. I'm a star. I don't need to wrestle every fucking week. I wrestle when I feel like it. Next question.
What do you think of that one?
And again, in the early days of the program, we said they should have put, and I still think this, they should have put MJF in the ring more to establish him instead of just talking. He should have been working quickly and talking quickly instead of all talking some of the time. But now he's at the point where he doesn't need to, and actually being on this show, and it's a danger because you never know what kind of idiot they're going to give you. Okay, Rush, or some guy that doesn't know what he's doing is going to hurt him or whatever. Or they're just going to want a match that is way too competitive for MJF's position in the company or whatever. So I don't mind him not wrestling now. He's the world champion. He doesn't need to prove anything. So that point is well taken, and it's better when he only talks and or appears as the guy rather than just going out there to wrestle for the sake of it.
Well, here is some more from MJF.
Hi, Mark Hoke, the Mark Hoke Show, 1015 FM K-Dawn here in Las Vegas. Congratulations on your victory tonight.
K-Dawn?
Congrats on having type 3 diabetes, Mark. How may I help you?
Not quite.
Pretty
quite.
fat, but it's okay. What's your question?
It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you just said to Tony that you're running out of challengers. What do you want your next challenge to be?
I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck. I'm just going to pin him and he's going to pay me, and that's the end of the story. And look, you want to get real? Okay. I think everyone's scared. Point blank. I think people in this company are afraid to wrestle me because they know that I'm going to outclass them on the microphone and in the ring. If there is a matchup that you think should happen, The reason it hasn't happened is because they are terrified of getting outclassed by me. Done. Next question.
That's interesting. I mean, again, his tone changed a little bit there. I wonder if there's something to that.
I don't know. You never know. He can deliver the best of bullshit with the best of conviction, but there may very well be something to that. And again, the AEW fans react to MJF's matches like main events. It's not just about the flipping. When they see something that makes sense, they respond to it. And he's the particular proof, the living proof, that all the rest of them don't have to do goddamn dives and flips and cartwheels and round-offs and furniture and craziness.
Let me go to this next clip.
Harry Ruiz with Raider Nation Radio. Max, 4 years ago.
You got like Dumbo ears, man. Anybody ever tell you that?
Actually, I have. 4 years ago, you participated in the first ever match in AEW history here in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Now you just defended your title again, but now here in the city where it all started. What has been your biggest challenge in those 4 years to get to where you are right now, being the biggest champ?
Ryan Alvarez, stop smiling so much at me. I'm not going to stop. What a weirdo. How does it make me feel? And what was a challenge? Is that what you had? I'm sorry. Your ears were fucking freaking me out. The biggest challenge, frankly, is cementing a legacy, because pro wrestling fans have never been more fickle in the history of this sport. And I think we can all agree on that. 1 week, I'm the best professional wrestler in the world. The next week, I'm the drizzling shits. And that's not just me. That's every single professional wrestler on the planet. Why is that? I'll tell you why. Because we have everything like this. I want food. Press a button. It comes to your house, just like your limp dick. I want something off Amazon. I'm not going to do it again to the table because you're going to look stupid if I do it again. Boom. You press something, it comes to your house. I want to talk to somebody. You go on your phone, you text them. It gets sent to them immediately. We live in a new world. So people want instant gratification. Right now. I want it great right now. What? I don't believe in that. I believe in the sport of professional wrestling. I believe in things being built to. I believe in contenders for me being built up so they are worthy of a match. I don't believe in just throwing myself out there to appease you people like a dancing fucking monkey. That is not my job, and it never will be. So, yeah.
What do you think of that?
And again, Tony's having to sit right there and just boom, boom, boom. It's obvious he knew that nobody cared about the fucking four-way match. And he knows that the booking is so simplistic and nonsensical at the same time. And he's sitting there saying it, and Tony fucking has to hear it. And I don't know why would he think that all these people are saying these things just right in front of him and there's not something to it? I don't know.
Well, let's finish up with MJF with this last question. Let's go to this.
Here we go. Last question.
Hey, MJF, the schmo with the schmozum. Nice to see you. You look good. Got a question for you. You're raising up your profile every day. You're trying to make a legacy for yourself. But what do you think it's going to take that next step over the top to have the name to be one of the greatest this sport's ever seen?
Okay. I'm already there. Next question. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Schmo.
Schmo.
If I literally retired today, this is not my point. I've had one of the best professional wrestling runs in the history of the business. That's a fact. Best oratory exhibitions, best Iron Man match, best singles dog collar match. Tonight I just had the best four-way. And also some of the best rivalries in the history of the sport. Cody Rhodes, Wardlow, CM Punk, Danielson, and that's just to name a few. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I called it quits, I've had a Hall of Fame career, which is why, quite frankly, when I say take my ball and go home, earmuffs, Tony, everybody thinks I'm talking about WWE, right? And now, does Nick Khan want me to fucking work in his company? Sure. Does Triple H want me to work in his company? Sure. Calm down. Everything's fine. Or maybe it's not. But I'm kind of bored of this sport, and I'm bored of the lack of respect from professional wrestling fans. So when I say take my ball and go home, I mean literally just hang it up and fuck up the lineage of this title. Because frankly, I don't know if anybody's worthy of beating me for this thing. Now, I'm not just going to hand it away. Why the fuck would I do that? I earned this thing. So please, by all means, take it off of me. Somebody put me out of my fucking misery. But until then, we'll see what happens. Sick.
All right. Well, that's MJF's leaving the room now.
I'm not sure, whereas this does him any good at this point. When Cody has already left, and when the show looks the way it does, for the world champion to still be doing a deal where I might leave and go to work for the real company. If you don't give me a raise or do whatever, I'm not, because if this show was growing in leaps and bounds in popularity, or it was really good, he wasn't just the only good thing on it, then maybe you could get by with it. But isn't that a little too close to the nerve?
You know what's interesting? He said Cody, CM Punk, Wardlow, Danielson. He was in a feud for a year with Jericho. Didn't mention that.
No, I'm hoping he's put that out of his mind.
I think he's hoping we've all put it out of our mind. But that was MJF. One other person I said I wanted to play for you is Bryan Danielson. And Jim, here's Bryan Danielson talking about working behind the scenes now with Tony Khan, as has been reported.
Yeah, so I love working with Tony, and I love working in AEW, and it's a lot of fun because sometimes before I even got here, Tony and I would talk on the phone sometimes for like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and we'd just be talking about things and wrestling and that sort of thing. And I think we have very similar, we have a lot of similar ideas on wrestling. And sometimes he says things to me and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. And we riff off each other really well, which, and it doesn't even, when we do it too, it doesn't really feel like work. It's like when you love wrestling, it's stuff like that is fun.
That's like the highest praise for me wanting to get in this business my whole life. I mean, that's like the highest praise in the wrestling business right now, that you can get that from Bryan Danielson. So it means a lot, and I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Let's see what he says after the checks stop.
I mean, do you think we love Bryan Danielson's work in the ring, or we have until he became a bloodthirsty maniac with the plumber. He was the best in the world just a short time ago in AEW. But is he another one of these guys that you shouldn't let him do his own thing as far as anything other than wrestling, that he doesn't have the head for it?
If you're asking me my opinion, and I believe I remember years ago, there was some story that WWE did some kind of test of the people backstage, or maybe the boys just did it themselves, who was the most motivated or the least motivated, and he was like the least motivated. It was something like that. But I think Bryan Danielson's brilliant in the ring. If we are to believe he's a part of the creative team, I would assume that means he has something to do with his own creative. If we're basing it off that, I don't know if he has a mind for anything outside of the ring in terms of things. Now, he can connect with people on promos, but we've also seen now where he can't even explain his own creative in the promos.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. If he's in this on purpose, he is just now one of the guys in a group that is kind of blah rather than a big name.
The problem is, too, Tony wants to hear these things. Tony wants these guys to think these things and say these things, so he's just overjoyed that Danielson's sitting there and saying what a genius Tony is. But let's go and get more from Danielson.
Righteous Reg Grapsody Podcast. I'm sorry for being a mark, everybody. Bryan Danielson, you're the greatest professional wrestler of our generation, and we are privileged to be able to watch you do this thing anytime. You had a very...
Now, Luke Hippelman was not going to say that.
Thank you, Bob Woodward.
Busy schedule to start the year, but it's kind of been not as busy recently. How does it feel to kind of get back in there with this crazy plunder of a match? And would you want to beat up any of those guys again, specifically Kenny Omega, in another match one-on-one?
Yeah, to be honest, I think, I'm really bad at remembering questions when they're that long. Yeah, so I was trying to go through my head as far as like, oh, what was the first question?
The first thing was just saying you're great.
Oh, first one, thank you very much. I mean, I really appreciate that. I appreciate a lot of you who have watched my career for a long period of time. And, a lot of people don't get as much positive feedback as they need. And I feel like my cup is overflowing. And so thank you guys for that. And then the second part. Oh, yeah. So I love brawling in the crowd. It's with the music playing. Like last year, even though I got hurt in the match, I loved it. And the live band this year was so great, and the energy in the arena, and so I love like fighting and feeling like I'm in a fight. And I love like the feeling of wrestling. To me, it's like you just feel it inside. Right. And when you're in the crowd, it's even different because it's like you get hit and you get punched and it's like, that sucks, but I just landed in a fan and they're hitting your shoulders and it's great, and it's I don't know, it just really makes you feel alive. Right. And so I was thrilled.
Well, let's stop it there. Again, we talk about how brilliant he is in the ring, and that's undeniable. Here he is talking about his love of whatever you want to call it, anarchy in the stadium.
Again, I guess it's contagious. It's the the age of these people, or he has had a bunch of concussions, but instead of trying to teach other people the way to do it right, he gets a kick out of just jacking around like everybody else. I don't know why you'd want to waste that kind of talent. Nobody can do what he can do in the ring, and he wants to be fighting out in the crowd, doing fake fight walking, and having people patting him on the back.
Well, let's get more from Bryan Danielson. A few more things before we wrap things up.
It's the Adrian Hernandez, Odyssey Sports. You seemed very eager to talk about violence, and you did bring up last year. Last year, someone almost was lit on fire. So in comparison with violence, how do you compare the violence of this year compared to last year's?
Yeah, I think now I would prefer to talk about the intensity, right? And sometimes I think part of this story is the BCC questioning the ability of the elite to get as intense as we can, right? That we have a question for them. You guys are guys who helped found this company, but this company has grown. And I mean, just look at the ticket sales for Wembley. Look at, we're getting a new 2-hour TV show, and the wrestling's grown too. And the wrestling's more intense, and we're more intense, and nobody's more intense than us. Can you match our intensity? Right? Was this match more violent? I don't know. Was it more intense? I think tonight, at least from my perspective, it was.
Let me stop it there because, again, we're talking about if he's on creative and he's a part of his own program, he's trying to explain it here. We have a question for them. Are they as intense as us? Previously, it was, we want to make people better so we can beat them or whatever it was. Does any of this sound good coming out of his mouth?
And the thing is, there's no intensity. There's no intensity. They're doing dangerous things and big stunts and taking screwy, goofy bumps, but there's no intensity. As I said earlier in the program, there's no believable animosity, hatred. It's like they're stabbing each other in the head with a screwdriver. To them, that may be intense. To me, it's phony as a football bat. Intensity is when you can portray with your emotions and your words and your physical actions that you really legitimately hate the guy you're beating up, and that you're fighting, and whatever you're doing, it doesn't have to be stunts or big bumps. It just needs to look legitimate. That's intensity. They're just running around doing a bunch of garbage shit that they cooperate with each other for.
Are you surprised to hear what he's saying here?
Yes, I really am, because I thought that, being a talent, he would have put more of a premium on the talent that he has instead of just acting like that the goofy shit that the Wheeler Yuta, for fuck's sake.
Well, hold on. We'll get to that. Let's go to our next question.
Brian right here. Devon Cotton, Raider Nation Radio. So I've got to ask you, man, I love that "be real" on the shirt. But when you come into a match like this, is there anything that you can tell the guys on your team, whether it be Wheeler who got the actual pin tonight? Is there any preparation or everything that you know about wrestling, just throw it out the window for this?
So, gosh, I'm so bad at social media. We had a talent meeting yesterday where we were talking about some social media things. And I actually, for the first time in a long time, I made Wheeler Yuta go on a hike with me today. I've been hiking every single day. The Red Rocks here in Las Vegas are unbelievable. Actually, Wednesday morning before Dynamite, it is 6+ mile hike up to Turtlehead Peak. But today I made Wheeler come with me as punishment for what he did on Wednesday for losing that match and just making a horrible pin attempt, that sort of thing. God, now I lost my own train of thought to the question. What was it again?
What the fuck?
I would get so invested in the hiking.
Is he indulging in things with Tony too when he's doing these booking meetings? Because he's forgotten every single question that's been asked so far.
Oh, yeah. I was preparing Wheeler for this, and I actually legitimately made him do push-ups and bridges on the Red Rock. And then I took pictures of it. And then I was going to put it on social media and tell everybody, this is what happens when you mess up and you train with the BCC. You think the elite guys are doing this? When they mess up, no, they go, oh, sorry, brother. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. No, everybody does make mistakes. But when you make mistakes, you got a bridge on the Red Rocks. That's what you got to do.
Oh,
so yeah,
boy.
That was my advice to Wheeler. And then also, Wheeler's been doing a great job. I just want to say that. I'm very thankful for AEW, the willingness to put people like Wheeler Yuta in this position. So if you think of like where Wheeler Yuta was a little over a year ago, and now he just beat Kenny Omega in the main event of a pay-per-view. And I'm really proud of him for that. I'm really proud of this
proud of
company
that
for
booking.
You won't see that anywhere else.
There's a reason for that. I'm afraid Brian is another one of the boys that when he makes friends with somebody and he thinks maybe they're a good wrestler, or he can see they're going to be a good wrestler, they see money in them and they think they need to be pushed. Ain't no money in Wheeler Yuta. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's a good kid. I believe he was working in MLW years ago when I was there. But no, look at him physically. Look at the fucking personality. Look at the appearance. Look at the promo. Good wrestler. Put him on the card. Not saying he should be fired. He didn't wrestle sex toys and blow-up dolls and shit. But he's not a main event guy, and he's not going to be anytime soon. And because they've put him in that spot and told him to beat Kenny, and Kenny said, okay, you can beat me, that doesn't change reality, does it?
Here's the thing. On Wednesday night this week, and before we close up, we'll talk about Tony's announcement. On Wednesday night this week, did anyone remember that Wheeler Yuta got the pinning victory? Did anyone make a big deal out of Wheeler Yuta for pinning the former world champion Kenny Omega? No, it didn't matter. And my question for you is, and you can substitute whoever you want for these examples, hypothetically speaking, if a John Moxley or a Bryan Danielson, someone at that level, who's in a match like this, and they say, we want the Wheeler Yuta of that match to be the one to get the victory over the Elite, whatever you want to say about him, Omega, the Bucks, Page, presented as top-level guys in AEW, Danielson and Moxley, same thing. Claudio, maybe just a step below, but in that mix, Yuta's the one that sticks out here. There's no way he gets that pin, I wouldn't think, unless some guys went to bat for him. What do you think? What do you do in that situation if you're Tony?
Well, I'm sure Tony completely agreed with it because, again, that's the thing. They think because a guy's their friend and he's a good wrestler, we'll bring him in the group, we'll get him over. Even sometimes great wrestlers or people like Moxley, they may have achieved a name in the ring, but they can't see others. Not every great actor was a director. Not every great director is a writer, or a great actor is a writer, or whatever. There's different skill sets. And they either just like him and want to get him over and know that it might as well be him as anybody because Tony's decision-making is caca, or his eye for talent is caca, or they could be legitimately convinced that, Yuta is going to be a big deal, and he's not. He's just not. And that shows some of the boys shouldn't be bookers or don't have eyes for talent or shouldn't be calling finishes. Sometimes the greatest player doesn't become the greatest coach. And this is kind of along those lines.
Not everyone's a scout. If you were going to do this, and I know you wouldn't, but if you were going to do this, do you make a big deal out of it? Like the fact that we were you to beat these guys? I mean, did they make a big deal out of it? Because I missed that.
Well, I mean, they said something about it, but I mean, no, you would. The problem is that nothing is made a big deal of here. Everybody gets to go out and do what tickles them rather than one person telling every motherfucker on this show what to do or what to say. That's the only way it works. It doesn't work with teams of writers. It doesn't work with booking committees. And it doesn't work when you let half the people on the card just go out and do whatever they want to do because they're supposed to be the fucking professionals. And even Dutch Mantel's old saying, the booker is the coach, and he finds players to put on the team that can run the plays. Yes, the players on the field have tons of leeway, and they need to ad-lib, and they need to get out of sticky situations when things don't work out. But they're still not just going out there making shit up as far as throw it or the ball or pass the ball or run the ball or whatever the fuck. They've got a plan that was given to them by the coach. An outline, a storyboard, if you will. And that's what's missing in the WWE. It's goddamn contrived and choreographed and produced and polished down to the last fucking gesture and eye wink. And in AEW, half of them look like they don't even know why the fuck they came to the ring to begin with. Again, complete polar opposites. But there needs to be structure from the top, and then the guys run the plays.
Well, Jim, I think I've heard enough of Danielson and enough of this media scrum for today, so that's it with that. But before we get out of here, and we will return to songs next week on the show, but there's been a lot going on, and we've gone along, talked a lot about religion, more than I thought we would today. But Jim, the announcement on last night as we are recording is Dynamite, which we will talk about on the Experience this weekend. Tony Khan's big announcement this week.
The big announcement of this week, the weekly big announcement. And yes, we are going to save the rest of Dynamite from Wednesday night. I believe it was the 31st of May. We're going to save that for the Experience because we're going to have time to digest it. Potentially have some Pepto-Bismol and maybe get that aftertaste down. But the newsworthy thing of the program was Tony. He had announced another announcement.
Thanks, guys.
And there we were. There he was on the announcement set, the bridge of the Starship announcement. And he's, again, they have found the way to make Tony look palatable on television in terms of they're telepromptering him, they're toning him down, they're turning it at just the speed he should read. He's being pleasant. He's not hopping about and vibrating. But obviously, in the last 7 days, since they tried to fuck Punk around the last time and Steel too, Steel, they have apparently now come to some type of agreement. We have not heard that Steel will be coming to Collision as he apparently was supposed to, or that they thought he was going to be when they hired him back apparently months ago. But since that was what queered the fucking deal last week with Punk finding this out apparently at the last minute. And so now they've had a week to talk about who knows what they did. Maybe they gave Ace another raise on the job that they're paying him for, but won't let him come to work to do. Because Tony is like that. He doesn't want anybody to be mad at him or to yell at him.
He'll pay them just not to be mad at him? I'm so mad at Tony Khan. Yes. I hate you.
That's
Tony
what
Khan.
I'm saying. He figures if he just sends somebody a check or gives them a job or pays them or whatever, but he doesn't give them bad news, or he doesn't make them mad, or he doesn't give them any information whatsoever, communicate in any way. He just, as long as they're getting their check, in his mind, he's not mistreating them when he won't talk to them or he won't honor the rest of his commitments, or they just disappear and they don't know what the fuck's going on. Because he not only can't be confrontational, he can't even fucking walk up to you face to face unless there's a big smile on your face he can see from miles away, apparently. But anyway, so in the 7 days between then and then, he talked Punk into coming back to Chicago, even though that they have again now lied to him on numerous occasions and screwed up deals at the last minute several times. So Punk will be a part of the new Collision series on Saturday night, first episode June 17th from the United Center in Chicago. And if you noticed when they announced it in San Diego, California, or when Tony announced it, CM Punk, and then they came back to the announcers and into the live arena where Taz said, like Mussolini. The reaction was mixed from the crowd, as we knew it was going to be. But again, this actually hearing it, some people cheered and got a CM Punk chant going on. Other people went, ooh, and then when the CM Punk chant started getting loud, they tried to chime in with the boos to compete with that. But what these fucking mental midgets, these goddamn microscopic nitwits have managed to do over the course of this last 9 months, I'm talking about Tony Khan, I'm talking about all of the EVPs and their various stooges, the Cutlets and the Nakazawas, Oil Boy, and I'm talking about, we can't leave out of the equation Tony Khan's legal team, which, good God. I mean, if I had Tony Khan's legal brain trust representing me, I'd be in prison right now for the Manson murders. So all of these nitwits have managed to create a situation over the past 9 months where not only have they alienated their top star, their biggest name, the guy that proved to be a bigger draw than anybody else, CM Punk, they have made him not trust anything that they say from anybody in the company. They have lost the use of their biggest drawing card because I assume he's probably been cleared from a torn, was it a bicep or a pec? Now I'm trying to remember.
I thought it was tricep.
Tricep, one of those arm things. It's been 9 months. He could have had a baby. He's probably okay by now. He could have come back earlier. But these whiny-ass little fucking romper room bitches and their whininess about they're working for everybody's supposed to be friends here. He doesn't like us. He's going to talk mean to us, so he's a cancer. Trying to screw the deal up has deprived the company of their biggest draw. And now when they do announce he's coming back, they've managed to poison a significant portion of the fan base against him, which is what the EVPs were trying to do to begin with, because they were upset that he was more over and a bigger attraction than they were, and also a better wrestler and a better promo. He was showing them up at every metric. They didn't want him around. They were trying to put the mouth on him behind his back, and he finally, when Tony wouldn't do anything about it, came out and aired it out at the press scrum. Said, all you motherfuckers are slandering me behind my back. You hangnail, you little prick, you went into business for yourself on live TV with me for your fucking silliness over being a friend at Colt fucking Cabanas. Like he could be An aluminum siding salesman could fill Cabana's role in professional wrestling. And Punk airs it out, and then they take him up on his invitation to come in and have a fight, and they get their ass kicked, and then they're pissed about that. And here we are 9 months later. Now they have managed to poison a significant amount of the fan base against Punk by all this fucking falderall that he's the problem. And that has cost and will continue to cost Tony Khan all kinds of fucking money. Because they can't sell the tickets, they can't draw the money, they can't attract the viewers, and they can't sell the merchandise that CM Punk can. A real star with a real name from when people actually watched wrestling to some extent, instead of what we got going on now, which is a bunch of kids jacking themselves off and playing sticky finger with each other on a billionaire's fucking dime. So that's where we're at.
Now that we've seen a couple of examples, I mean, when they announced Chicago, everyone kind of thought that meant Punk, obviously. We've seen the crowd's reaction a couple times. Now that you got what appears to be a mixed reaction, and different cities will have different reactions, do you play into that? I mean, Punk was great as a veteran babyface who hasn't wrestled in several years. Like, that character returning was great last year, but there were always those moments where he very easily could have been heel. And it works either way for him. So what do you do now to play into this?
Well, he's going to be simultaneously the biggest babyface and the biggest heel in the company, because the people that are prone to like him are going to be so happy he's back. And the people who are prone to like Punk also don't like the fucking buckaroos or the buckaroo fans or the fucking whole bunch of fucking pussies. So they're going to be louder to try to drown out the fucking neckbeards and the cosplayers. And conversely, those people are also offended because look at Punk. He's had pussy before. Fuck him. So they hate Punk. So they're going to try to be loud. So, and Punk is the best promo in the company. And I saw some people say MJF. MJF's a great orator. Punk is the most experienced best promo in the company. And he's going to be able to fucking take each section of those people, whichever direction he wants. But the problem is it didn't necessarily need to be this way, that he would be the hottest babyface and the hottest heel at the same time. He could have just been the hottest babyface, and it might have been better for business. But he will turn whatever this is into something he can work with, but it's through no fault of the EVPs and the legal team that he's going to be able to come out of this and still be over. They were trying to cut his nuts off, but they just weren't good enough at it. But they cost Tony Khan some money in the process, a lot of money.
And what do you think about this return all happening on Collision? A new night, Saturday, a brand new show, as opposed to the established Dynamite. Any thoughts on that?
Well, again, first of all, I saw on the internet this morning that they don't have the United Center set up for a full capacity. It's like set up for half a building. So already they've dicked around and they've taken the edge off of it. And maybe I'm sure they could probably open it up if they sell the tickets. I understand they moved like 500 in the 12 hours after Punk's name was announced, or some figure like that. They got a ways to go there, but they're not selling 500 tickets in 12 hours anywhere else except anywhere else in the United States. And they're not even doing that at Wembley anymore because they already did it. They're plateaued there. So it means something, but they've dicked around and they've obfuscated the issue, and they've waited until 17 days beforehand, and they've had a bunch of shows in Chicago. So as far as the live gate, if they'd have had this buttoned down for the big network upfront announcement and there wasn't any doubt about it at all, they probably could have done better on the live gate. As far as the television show, I mean, unless you're going to put Punk out there to wrestle for 20 minutes and talk for an hour and 40 minutes, It's still got to have the rest of the AEW talent, and apparently not all of them. So we've got a show with part AEW talent and CM Punk. And is Punk going to write this thing? I haven't heard that. In which case, if it's more Tony Khan effluvia, then it's going to be Punk doing a good segment or two on a show that looks like Wednesday night, but not with all the talent. So I can't be excited unless there's going to be a new look and a new presentation and new creative and possibly people being serious and take the children off my television program. But I can't be excited I'm excited Punk's coming back so we can see that once a week, but goddamn, what's he going to do for 2 fucking hours?
One last question on all this. When CM Punk first came to AEW, it was rumored, it was presumed, they announced the show in Chicago, The First Dance, never announced him, and there he was. It almost seemed like they were going down the same road here. Everyone knew he was going to be there. They called it The Second Coming, all these things, but this time they're announcing him. Do you think that's anything other than ticket sales issues?
I don't know. See, here's the problem. The problem is that they never follow through with their original idea in full without significant alteration, because in that company, there's always somebody that has an aggravation or an altercation or a whatever with somebody else and screws the thing up at the last minute. If it had been me, would have announced at the network upfronts and the same day on the program, everything. Collision, brand new show, 2 hours, Saturday night, debuts at the United Center in Chicago for The Second Coming, featuring the return of CM Punk. The reason why he's returning is because he's been hurt. He got hurt in his last AEW match, and he had surgery. And now he's come, so that fits The Second Coming for the people who aren't smart about all the behind-the-scenes shenanigans, since they have yet to ever explain anything that happened on their television program, including even a kayfabe reason, as the kids say.
He was the world champion, remember?
Of course he was. They announced the next week the world championship and the world 6-man belts have been declared vacant, and those guys have been suspended. They did announce the suspension, right?
Actually, I don't recall.
No,
I don't recall if they did on air.
No, they just said the belts are vacant. We're going to find new champions. That's where we left it in September. If you don't get on the internet, you just watch the television program and you expect it to make sense. So he's got to come back remarking about what happened to him the last time that he was in the company. He won the world title and got injured, was off and had surgery. Now he's back. However much more detail that he wants to go into, or that he'll be allowed to go into, without ruffling the feathers of the Pussy Brigade, it would be good if he could tie in some real life heat to that. Because to be honest, nobody ever said that the tricep that he tore was completely torn before the fight, the legitimate fight he was in, rather than the fake one with the plumber. Sure, if he got hurt in the ring, that's one thing, but now you're in a legitimate, real fight with a torn tricep? Could it have been just a small injury and then that made it worse? So why not say that? These motherfuckers don't like what I say, they don't like what I do, so they came to my locker room and I kicked the shit out of them. But in the process, I aggravated the injury that I'd gotten in the match, and I've been out with surgery and rehabilitation, and now I'm back, and I'm ready to take on any of those fuckers, either in the ring or in my locker room, if they want to come back there again. And that would get a standing ovation from half the crowd, and the other half would be pulling out switchblades and pitchforks.
And based on how his first year went, and all the drama that really eats up the entire second year, really, if you think about it, it was the first year on TV, the second year was all the drama off TV.
Right.
Here's the third year. Based on the audience reaction, based on his track record on the show, based on all the drama, how are you not going to want to see every single time this guy's on TV unless they do something to screw that up? He's the most intriguing guy there. You never know what's going to happen in one of his promos. What's he going to say? Who's he going to piss off? Is anyone that he's pissed off going to do anything about it? Who's he going to feud with? How long is he going to stay face? Can he be a face or a heel in this town? Every single time, like right now, I'm so intrigued to see where they're going to go with anything with him. They've got a chance. They've blown their chance with almost everyone else with me, but they've got another chance, and I'm really intrigued by this.
And you're a prognosticator. You've been doing good on predictions. I'm going to make a prediction. I don't know. There may be a chance in hell that you would see Punk in the ring at some point with old Twinkle Toes. But I guarantee you, even though there's money to be made for the company that they supposedly helped start, and they've drained plenty of money off their billionaire boyfriend, but you will never see Maddie or Nikki have the guts or the nuts, either one, to get in the ring with Punk, even though there would be money made off of that because of the issue, because they're scared. And also, they know that their boss won't make them attempt to make any of the money back that he's paid them for little to nothing and causing trouble.
That they cost him by storming into the locker room.
Yes. They can make him some of that back, but they won't because they're scared. I think Kenny would probably get in the ring with him, and I think Punk would probably have too much compassion to just kick the shit out of Kenny, because that would be like beating up a puppy. He doesn't even know what the fuck's going on around him.
Hey, listen, say what you want about Omega, and you have many, many, many times.
Yes.
But after everything happened at All Out, we talked on the air, my reporting, that night, Kenny Omega was the one talking to CM Punk. Chris Jericho was yelling after the fact, trying to make a scene. The Bucks were screaming at Punk and Ace Steel, but that was more childish shit from the Bucks. But Punk and Omega came together, and it wasn't, another layer of the fight. It was almost trying to soothe things down. So when you say you could see them in the ring, I agree with you. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's the only one of those options that would happen. I predicted after All Out, there would be two people gone from the company. Ace Steel, and he was gone. Now they brought him back. And Kenny Omega, based on a number of things. We'll see what happens. Again, the other thing is, we'll see how much longer the Elite are in AEW. We have to see what happens there.
Well, I don't really think they ought to be packing their bags, because whatever contractually time is left on Punk's deal, you know as well as I do, he's just rolling his eyes, holding his nose, cashing his 7-figure checks per year, and going to finish that out, and then have a 2-year run up north in the WWE, make several more $1 million, and say, fuck it, at least I ended on a high note instead of with the idiots over there in the Outlaw group. That's exactly what he's going to fucking do. And I don't blame him. That's what he should do.
Well, that is it. That's CM Punk, and we'll see how he mixes in now with the mud line over at AEW. But Jim, with that, this drive-thru is finally closed. Song next week, or songs, we'll see.
I might even play my Reverend Ernest Angley cassette tape for everyone to hear.
Oh, that might be something, and you'll have to check that out. Of course, YouTube, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Subscribe today. Full-length episodes, clips of episodes, omnibus collections, all with the very popular Travis Heckel artwork and our popular guest artists. Check that out today. The official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archive going back to 2013. Patreon.com/Cornette. He's on Twitter at the Jim Cornette. I'm on Twitter at the Great Brian Last. We'll get you more information next week. But for Jim, I'm Brian. We'll see you on The Experience on Monday. Tally-ho!